hội thảo chương trình ngày hôm nay, chúng tôi trân trọng được kính giới thiệu sự hiện diện của những quý vị đại biểu khách quý. Đầu tiên, đó là Trung tá Nguyễn Thanh Phong, Bệnh xá trưởng Bệnh xá Quảng Bình. Và các đại diện của Bệnh viện Đà Nẵng, Bệnh viện Bạch Mai, Phòng khám gia đình Hà Nội, Trung tâm Y tế Bắc Trà My Quảng Nam, đại diện của các bệnh viện và trung tâm y tế trên toàn thể quận huyện và trường học tại Đà Nẵng. Một lần nữa thì chúng ta hãy dành một tràng pháo tay thật là lớn để cảm ơn sự có mặt của toàn thể. Cảm ơn. Sau đây xin mời quý vị đến với phần phát biểu chào mừng và tổng quan về cuộc họp. Mục tiêu của hội thảo, chúng tôi xin trân trọng kính giới thiệu 3 nhân vật vô cùng quan trọng, và nếu mà thiếu họ thì hội nghị ngày hôm nay sẽ không thể xảy ra. Đó chính là, đầu tiên, Phó Giáo sư Tiến sĩ Bác sĩ Đỗ Ngọc Sơn, Giám đốc Trung tâm Hồi sức tích cực Bệnh viện Bạch Mai, chủ nhiệm bộ môn Y học lâm sàng trường Cao đẳng Điều dưỡng Bạch Mai, Phó trưởng khoa Y, trường Đại học Y Dược, Đại học Quốc gia Việt Nam, Phó Chủ tịch Hội Hồi sức cấp cứu và chống độc Hà Nội và các tỉnh miền Bắc. Bác cũng là Tổng thư ký Hội cấp cứu Việt Nam VSEM. Tiếp theo, không thể thiếu đó là Tiến sĩ Bác sĩ Giám đốc Bệnh viện 199 Quách Hữu Trung. Tiếp theo, một người vô cùng quan trọng đó là Dr. Brian McNally, đến từ một giáo sư y học cấp cứu đến từ trường đại học Emory, Atlanta, Georgia, Mỹ. Để tiếp nối chương trình thì em xin được mời Phó Giáo sư Tiến sĩ Đỗ Ngọc Sơn lên để phát biểu ạ. Xin cảm ơn.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. And today it's a very special day for us, and we would like to express our sincere thanks to Dr. Chung and 199 Hospital for host this activity, and Dr. Brian, and team from Europe, from US and Asia to participate in this event. And we also have so many college from Vietnam, and we think that this activity is very important for building the system, not only in the hospital, in emergency department, but also EMS system and even in community. And we do hope you enjoy 2 days of workshop and sharing of a lot of data. Sometimes it's very difficult for me to understand. And to be honest, that if we can work together, we can solve the problem, a very big, a very challenging problem in community, in EMS system, and at the ED. So thank you so much, the team from international team, and thank you so much for hosting this activity, and the participant from all over Vietnam and all over the world. Thank you so much.
Xin cảm ơn bài phát biểu vô cùng là gọi là cảm xúc của thầy ạ. Và tiếp theo thì xin mời Tiến sĩ Bác sĩ Quách Hữu Trung, Giám đốc Bệnh viện 199 lên phát biểu để chào mừng hội nghị. Xin cảm ơn.
Bệnh viện 199 xin nhiệt liệt chào mừng các quý vị đại biểu và các khán giả đã có mặt, các quý vị đại biểu đã có mặt trong cuộc ngày hôm nay. Đây là một cái cơ hội rất lớn để chúng ta chia sẻ với nhau với cái nghiên cứu, với những dữ liệu hết sức quan trọng và cần thiết trong thực tế. Đây là một cái dịp, một cái nhân thứ hai là một cái dịp để chúng ta có dịp kết nối, giao tiếp và chia sẻ với nhau để cùng sẽ cộng tác với nhau trong tương lai. Một điều cuối cùng nữa là một dịp thì cũng kính mong một dịp may rất lớn để cho các đồng nghiệp được tham quan bệnh viện, và cũng nhờ các đồng nghiệp là khi rảnh rỗi thì có thể bố trí xuống tham quan khu vực chuyên về cấp cứu, khu vực chuyên về hồi sức tích cực của trong bệnh viện để góp ý cho chúng tôi tiếp tục hoàn thiện. Với cái tinh thần như vậy, xin gửi lời cảm ơn chân thành nhất đến tất cả các quý vị đại biểu đã có mặt trong ngày hôm nay, và chúc cho cái hội thảo ngày hôm nay của chúng ta thành công tốt đẹp. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn tất cả.
Xin cảm ơn bài phát biểu của bác sĩ tiến sĩ Quách Hữu Trung. And last but not least, Dr. Brian McNally, please. welcome on stage and have your speech to opening the conference today. Thank you. Xin mời bác sĩ Ryan McCallie.
Xin chào. Tôi là giáo sư Brian McNally. Welcome. That's my Vietnamese for today. It's great to be here. I feel honored to start off the meeting, but I want to thank our host, Bo Chin Chin or 199 Hospital, for organizing this. A lot of effort went into this. I'd like to thank Director Chem for his team and all the work they've done. I want to thank our translator team as well. And definitely remind our speakers today to speak slowly and clearly, and really look forward to the event. The last thing I'll say is that the theme of the meeting really has been about trying to help expand where registries are not currently collecting data. There's obviously over 150 people that are attending the meeting here in person, about 50 nurses, physicians, paramedics that are attending internationally and those online. But the focus has really been on trying to help communities at a local level or even countries that are not collecting data to try to assist in their efforts. So look forward to a great meeting, and thank you for attending.
Thank you very much for all of your very emotional and dedicated speeches. Để tiếp nối chương trình thì chúng ta sẽ đến ngay đến phần cập nhật của các nhóm nghiên cứu đến từ các quốc gia tổ chức lớn trên thế giới. Mỗi đại diện sẽ có 10 phút để chia sẻ những kết quả mới nhất. Xin kính mời các đại biểu đến từ Auros, Basic, Kenros, Kales, Eureka và Peros lên sân khấu. Chủ trì của phần này đó chính là Chairman Bob Ford. Thank you. You can stay in the onto the stage.
Sorry, my mistake. It's not onto the stage.
To begin, we are going to start with the representative from Auros, Basic, Kales, Eureka, and Peros. The chairman of this session will be Bob Sott. You can, yes.
My sincere apology that we cannot hear anything from the stage. So our is that so the translation is a bit lagging because we cannot hear anything outside. I'll try my best.
And I would like to introduce all the people that are doing great work around the country. The first speaker is Ms. Judith Finn from the ASRAC Australian Cardiac Arrest Registry. So, Dr. Finn.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to come to your lovely country. First time in Vietnam, and it's beautiful. Thank you very much. So my name is Judith Finn. I'm a research professor at Curtin University, which is in Western Australia, so very close to here, just a little bit down and only 1 hour time difference, so I'm very lucky. Thank you. For all the nurses in the audience, I'm originally an intensive care nurse, and I'm now the director of a pre-hospital resuscitation and emergency care research unit. So about 12 years ago, Professor Peter Cameron, who I believe some of you know, him and I got together and said, wouldn't it be great if the ambulance services around Australia would collaborate and bring their data together and we could collaborate on research in Australia? Started with 3 states out of basically 8 in Australia, but 3 states and 3 universities. And as you'll see in my presentation, that's grown to now cover all of Australia and all of New Zealand. So we're very pleased about that. So I've been involved with ILCOR for a number of years and the Australian Resuscitation Council and various other organisations. I work very closely with St John Ambulance in Western Australia that provides the ambulance service for the entire state, which is about a third of Australia. So Ausrock started as a research activity through our National Health and Medical Research Council. Peter and I got together a group of esteemed investigators and we applied for a Centre of Research Excellence from NH&MRC because we really wanted to understand what is the incidence of out-of-hospital cardiac arrest in Australia. It sounds a simple question, but we really didn't know what that was. We had estimates from some states. Some states didn't even collect that data routinely, and certainly a lot didn't collect it electronically. So we wanted to find out a bit more about what was going on, what were patient outcomes, and also we wanted to get together and do some clinical trials together. So as I've said now, it started off as the Australian Resuscitation Outcomes Consortium, and now it's the Australasian because it includes all of New Zealand. New Zealand has 2 ambulance services, and in Australia we have 8. So they're all listed there. So our capture is still only, just a little bit less than 30 million, but it does cover both countries. So we've had several publications over the years that have described the ambulance services, described our data collection processes, and originally we didn't have everybody involved, but now, as you'll see, we do. So in 2019, a publication in 2022 based on 2019 data was the first one that included all of Australia and New Zealand ambulance services. And so we're finally able to show that in both countries, a total of nearly 32,000 cardiac arrests are attended by the respective ambulance services. And we could show that we had a reasonable bystander CPR, but a lot of opportunity for improvement. But overall, survival to hospital discharge, that's what the STHD is, survival to hospital discharge or 30 days survival was still fairly low, only 13% overall. So we can see there's a lot of opportunity to do a lot better with our outcomes. And most importantly, we could see variation. These are individual state or in New Zealand, individual ambulance service results. And you can see the variation from things like the amount of bystander CPR. In some states, 81%, the lowest was 61%. But interestingly, even the percentage of shockable rhythms was very different. Response times. We know that response times matter, particularly if there's not community interventions. We've got to get the ambulances to the patients quickly, but that time varies from 10 minutes to 6 minutes, median response time. And ROSC, return of spontaneous circulation at hospital arrival, varied from 37% in one ambulance service to 13% in another. And similarly, survival to hospital discharge ranged by twofold, 21% versus 10%. So this is a great opportunity to think we need to better understand what are some ambulance services doing differently to give us better results. We often refer to the Utstein comparator group because that's all cases that are bystander witness with a shockable rhythm, shockable initial cardiac arrest rhythm. And so even within that Utstein comparator group, which controls for a lot more for case mix, we still have a range of 27% to 42% and an overall 32%. Now we benchmark ourselves against King County, and I think that's up at least double that. So we've got some work to do in Australia. So we've included other studies that we contribute data to, and this was the International ILCOR organised study where we provide aggregate data. We've just sent another lot of aggregate data, and this is a first attempt to internationally compare outcomes from cardiac arrest around the world. So if you not aware of this paper, I'll direct this. It's come from Japan, are the lead authors, and it does show the variation across the world. Of course, the challenge here is, are we comparing apples with apples? Or are there differences in inclusion criteria, definitions? We try to standardize definitions. We've got the two authors sitting here from the most recent Utstein definitions paper. We make every effort we can to standardize, but we know even within our own country, there's differences that arise. AUSROC has been involved with a couple of important trials, clinical trials. This was one that stopped the introduction of cold saline or therapeutic hypothermia to all cardiac arrest initial survivors. At the time, this was being mooted as the best way of managing cardiac arrest patients by EMS. Well, this trial helped to show that didn't lead to better outcomes. So clinical trials are important even when they have negative results, because they can stop the introduction of interventions that may not be effective. So the other study that we did was published more recently. Janet really led that one, who's here, was looking at targeting oxygen saturation. Based on work in cardiology, there was a view that perhaps we shouldn't give all cardiac arrest patients 100% oxygen after they regained circulation. So there was a view that maybe we should titrate this down. The trials showed that that's probably not the best strategy in the initial stages after ROSC. And that we were also involved in another study peripherally that was looking at carbon dioxide levels, and that was another important study that was endorsed by AUSROC. So we can see now through our collaboration with our registries that we've also improved our collaboration with clinical trials as well. So just moving along here, and a recent study that we've published used from our registry data did some mapping of high areas where there was high and low bystander CPR, and compared that with showed that there's some regions even within individual states that we need to target with our community intervention messages. So Janet tomorrow is going to talk more about where we go next. We need to look, we think, a bit more at pediatric cardiac arrest, this regional variation within states. Australia is a big country in particular, and we have a lot of rural and remote areas that have got low resource settings. It's the same as other countries have. We have that even within a relatively wealthy country. So we're looking to drive improvement across the chain of survival, and the chain of survival has been a really important concept for us to help identify opportunities for research and strategies to implement for improving survival. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judy. The next speaker is Feng Xiao from BASIC, presenting the Chinese registry. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great honor to be here and introduce Basic OCA registry in China. Baseline investigation of cardiac arrest in China. My name is Feng, just like cell phone. I'm from Qilu Hospital, Shandong University, a very old hospital with a history more than 130 years. Basic OCA is funded by the Ministry of Science and Technology of China. It's the first national registry with a large population size, covering more than 100 million people. Well-designed protocol and high-quality data to systematically describe the instance, process of care, outcomes of out-of-hospital cardiac arrest in China. With this registry, we want to provide more objective insights in a low resource settings using internationally standardized reporting template. So maybe we can explore opportunities for quality and survival improvement. Basic OCA is a prospective multi-center population-based registry. Since August 2019, EMS assessed cardiac arrest were consecutively enrolled in our participating emergency agencies. Data collection and reporting were based on the Wusting template. This registry was approved by our ethic committee and registered in clinical trials website. These participating sites were selected from all 7 geographical regions around the China mainland, covering urban and rural areas in each region. So it should be representative for China. All OHC patients assessed by EMS personnel were included, regardless age, sex, or cause. Bystander suspected cardiac arrest where ROSC is achieved without the need for defibrillation or EMS personnel CPR were excluded. Data elements and definitions were developed based on the current Wusting template. These variables include system description, dispatch characteristics, and patient information, and process elements and outcomes. Until now, we have enrolled cardiac arrest cases for more than 320,000. Based on this registry, we also published some papers. A paper published in Lancet Public Health described systematically the instance, process of care, and outcomes of OHC in China for the first time. The crude incidence of EMS assessed cardiac arrest was 95 per 100,000 population, namely 750,000 occurrence annually. More than 30% received CPR. Nearly 20% received bystander CPR. Only 1.2% survived to discharge or 30 days. 0.8% survived with favorable neurological outcomes. It's relatively poor, so we have a lot of need to do. Another paper published on Journal of Hesitance Materials explored the association between short-term exposure to air pollution such as PM 2.5 and PM 10 and the onset of cardiac out of hospital cardiac arrest in China. We also published a paper in Lancet Regional Health. In this paper, we explored the association between temperature and the onset of cardiac arrest in China, such as cold season, hot season, and heat waves. We all focus this year. Heat waves. We also published a narrative review in Resuscitation Plus. In this paper, we reduced the development history, current state, challenges, a few directions of basic OCA registry. Based on these papers, also achieved kindly comments by famous international experts. Also include you, include Hao Chan. Thank you. Thank you very much. I also introduced this registry in 17th European Congress on Emergency Medicine last year. Our registry was selected in significant medical advances in China in 2023. We also did another important work. We wrote a book named Report on Cardiac Arrest and Cardiopulmonary Resuscitation in China. We collected all the papers published during the past 40 years in English or in Chinese. We also enrolled the rules, laws released by our government for the past 40 years. So Chinese doctors can and emergency staff can read this book, just read this book to learn all the conditions of cardiac arrest in China. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your help. I look forward to collaborate with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. The next speaker is Dr. James Christensen from Vancouver, and we're presenting the Canadian resuscitation outcome experience.
Thank you very much. It's a real honor to be here, and I've never been to Vietnam before. The country is beautiful. The people are wonderful, so welcoming, so friendly. And so it's a real privilege for me to present on behalf of Canada and the many investigators with the Canadian Resuscitation Outcomes Consortium, which we're happy that Canada starts with CAN because we like to say we can rock. But so, all right.
Thực tế thì trong những cái tiếng hơi nhỏ.
Wow. And so we've done that. British Columbia was
chúng tôi đã
involved, at least the larger cities in British Columbia, Southern Ontario. Now we're trying to include the Atlantic provinces
bây giờ thì chúng tôi đang
and
cố gắng để
provinces in the prairies
bao
in the
gồm cả
middle
cái
of
khu vực
in the middle
Thái
of
Bình Dương nữa,
Canada.
và khu vực Trung ở Canada.
We've set up an organization that
Chúng tôi đã
hopefully
xây
is
dựng
going to
một
be useful, but it's quite complex.
tổ
I'm
chức
sure many of these
khá
issues
là phức
are
tạp,
related, you'll
nhưng mà
relate to, and many of the other registries have these kinds of problems. Each of the sites that contributes is independent, basically. So it's more like a network, but we bring the data. Our goal is to bring the data centrally so we can more easily do observational studies and support randomized controlled trials. There's an academic lead and an EMS lead at each of those sites. Each of the sites and centrally, we need ethics approval. Each of those sites and centrally, we need privacy agreements and data sharing agreements. And when we send the cases in, we strip them of identifiers because we believe that it's the EMS agencies and the hospitals where we get outcomes in those local areas that actually own the data. And they won't let us send information on cases if there's identifiers. So we strip all of that out. They're meant to do the same thing. And then we do error checking at both the site and the central level. And if we're going to do combined analyses, which we've started to do some of, those analyses must be done in a controlled environment in the central registry. And we don't just give out data to anybody. So you can remove tables from that, but the actual analysis has to be done there to protect it, to make it more likely that sites are going to agree to be part of the whole network. Our organization structure to kind of keep it going is we have an executive management team, and then I neglected to put this on here, but we have a steering committee that actually includes representatives from each of the sites across the country. Every month we meet with that committee to be able, so everybody knows what's going on, what we're trying to do centrally, and see what progress is being made at each site. And then we have the committees. If you want to do a publication of the data, you have to go through a formal process. It's a public engagement committee, one that monitors any trials going on in Canada. EMS system where paramedics meet from across the country, pediatric, early career researchers, and data management and data access. And this from about a month ago is sort of the cases that we have in our registry at present. It's a bit sobering to actually see this data when you actually pull it together, and you wish that there weren't the holes that there are in this. But there are other provinces that aren't on this list who are on the cusp of being able to give us data and share their data and their experiences. But for 2022, we have about 19,000 cases, and they're coming in for 2023 and starting to come in for 2024. So we also have, and it's basically the same kind of data set. From that rock period of 10 years, we have 100,000 cases. And now we're sort of on the cusp of about 20,000 per year. When we're more mature, we'll have about 25,000, we think, by next year, cases coming in per year. And the data that we collect is pretty standard, I think, for most of you. Location, data, time, city and latitude and longitude, the location type, age and sex, witness status, bystander CPR, EMS transport time, and response times, mean times, interventions, the main interventions, we collect them. And responder designation in Canada, there's 3 levels of response. And so we use municipal fire departments, and then we use basic life support paramedics and advanced life support paramedics. And most cardiac arrest cases in the larger centers get all 3 responding. What might be different from some other registries, I'm not sure. We collect the data from the defibrillators, professional defibrillators, and we analyze those to try to understand what the quality of CPR given by our professionals. The reason we do that is because when we were in the ROC, we actually, in the randomized controlled trials, we didn't find any magic bullet, but we actually improved our survival. And we did that because we focused on the quality of CPR of the paramedics. And so that was a wonderful experience. So we think it's really important. Compression fraction was not there. Compression rate we collect on everybody, and pre-shock pauses. Some have the ability to do depth and release. And then the field outcomes, and then the destination hospital and the hospital discharge status, length of stay. And some, it's optional, but some can collect cerebral performance category or neurologic outcomes. Here's from about a month ago again, from that 2022 set, our national summary. So again, it's a bit sobering to look at it. The percent of cases that are treated overall by our paramedics, 53%, 53.7%. And of that group, those that survived to discharge were only 7.5%. So we have a lot of room to go, and we know we can go there. In British Columbia, where I work, and where we were heavily involved with ROC, we had survival at one point of 16%. And that's come down during the COVID years. And so this probably represents some of that fall off because of the COVID years. And so we really need to work on being able to bring that up, because we know we have the capacity and capability to be able to at least double that just in our current systems. Bystander CPR rates, it's variable, as Judith talked about in Australia, same in Canada, but an average of 52%, 15% shockable rhythms, 4.1% bystander AED application, which we are working across the country to try to improve that. And a mean response time, and this is the first car in, not just paramedics. If it's fire services that have the capability to do quality CPR and defibrillate, then they count as that first car in of 8.7 minutes, which is too slow. We have significant academic output. Much of it's from our regional sites currently, and we'll talk about a little bit more about some of the research tomorrow. But about a little over 38 publications in the past 2 years. Our challenges are probably similar to many of you. So we're trying at each of these sites to try to normalize data collection, make it part of their business of doing it. We talk in Canada about learning health systems, which means we share clinical data for research. We don't have to actually start collecting data from scratch just because we're doing a research study. The local models are quite different, and so we're working with each of those models to try to move them forward and integrate this. But there's no real health system mandate to collect this. Is the time? Yeah, okay, just about that. It's manual data extraction. We believe that that's necessary in most sites. We do some linkages, and the financial support is the biggest issue. It takes a lot of funding to be able to do that. We don't have a common way or a central way or even a provincial way of ensuring that we have funding going forward. And that's the issue of sustainability. So we need that long-term commitment from each of our provinces. Healthcare is run by provinces in our country. We need to really expand research and the resources we have for research. And coming up in 2025, Heart and Stroke is putting on a Canadian National Roundtable that will bring partners from industry, from government, from industry in the EMS environment, and all of our healthcare partners and scientists together to try to map out what the best road into the future is to make sure we have CanRock sustainability. And I thank you very much for your attention. I hope that was okay.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Dr. Michael Carr from Emory University, presenting the Cardiac Arrest Registry to Enhance Survival from the United States.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. This is my second time to Vietnam. The first time there was not this much rain. So I have to say I'm very impressed with the precipitation in this country. As Bob said, thank you for that introduction. I'm Michael Carr. I'm associate professor at Emory University, and I'm the a more recent addition. Oh, I guess I should stand up. I'm too short. I'm a more recent addition to the Cardiac Arrest Registry to Enhance Survival in the United States. And my current role is the Chief Quality and Innovation Officer, among other things, where I'm overseeing a new expansion and development of a quality improvement initiative within CARES. That's going to be the focus of my talk today. First, though, I have to start with a story. Recently, CARES receives funding from the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, that came from a story, unfortunately, in Kentucky, where Congressman Barr, his wife here, pictured here in the photo on the right, died unexpectedly at the age of 39 due to sudden out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. She was unsuccessfully resuscitated, and it was thought that she had an undiagnosed valvular disease. But that motivated Congressman Barr, who's in the photo on the left, to pursue a bill that was ultimately unanimously approved to become the Cardiovascular Advances in Research and Opportunities Legacy Act, the Carroll Act, which, as it turns out, is named after his wife, Carol, in the photo. The goal of this is to improve data collection and improve the quality of the data, and also, as I'll share, to focus on expanding quality improvement within our $25 million grant over a 5-year period from the CDC. This table or this photo represents the 4 main pillars of the new expansion and modernization grant. Nationwide expansion is up front because we currently represent not the entire country. Our goal is to get the entire United States on board with the CARES registry. In doing that, we are committing to a mission of facilitating quality improvement efforts for participants and participating states in CARES. We are also working to improve and modernize our software platform, bring it up into the current technologically available resources that are out there to make it more seamless and user-friendly. And finally, addressing health disparities is a main pillar of this grant, and we are identifying priority sites to expand and target our quality improvement efforts across the country. This map represents our current footprint, is actually very slightly outdated because we recently added Rhode Island and Indiana, where this map represents a catchment area just over 180 million people in the United States, which is impressive. So I have to say, great job, Brian. You've done a nice job since starting this registry. And I also have to say, happy anniversary. So the CARES registry is actually 20 years old this year. So this is the expansion footprint that's happened over the last 20 years. The second pillar, as I mentioned, is quality improvement. Now, the improvement cycle here is, of course, measurement, benchmarking, feedback, and change. Or in other words, our mantra in quality improvement in CARES, which is measure, improve, repeat. Now, I know it's very, very early, but our entire quality improvement program is built upon one equation. So I need you to memorize an equation for me this morning. TCPR plus BCPR plus HPCPR equals better out-of-hospital cardiac arrest outcomes. So, all right, everybody got that? Okay, you aced the test. Our program is built on that equation, as I march through and show you. It's really important to distinguish those 3 different elements, TCPR, BCPR, HPCPR, because it aligns with the quality improvement partnerships that we are developing and moving forward. We've targeted our quality improvement efforts and aligned with organizations that have established themselves as leaders in the field of those 3 pieces of the equation: Resuscitation Academy, American Red Cross, CPR Lifelinks, American Heart Association. These are all organizations that are working and focused in individual areas of that equation. We have recently assembled a strike team with leaders across all of these organizations to target priority sites within our catchment area to focus our quality improvement efforts. First, with Resuscitation Academy, I know many in this room have participated in a Resuscitation Academy. As part of the Global Resuscitation Alliance, there's an effort to expand this program as well. We saw Resuscitation Academy as a leader in HPCPR, although their program encompasses all 3 elements of that equation. High performance CPR, of course, is the professional part of the equation where, resources are focused on an EMS system to improve the science and the process and protocols of doing a cardiac arrest resuscitation out in the field. The training for Resuscitation Academy does everything that you see in this slide, from really diving into the science of high quality resuscitation. And of course, most importantly, changing that culture of excellence within an organization so that there's good feedback to personnel who are participating in a resuscitation. Every time that there's a save or a good outcome, we're providing positive feedback to those personnel. The importance of continuous measurement and improvement is also baked into Resuscitation Academy's program, it is also part of the CPR Lifelinks program. Now, CPR Lifelinks is a leader in the T CPR, remember the equation, telephone CPR, and the focus of CPR Lifelinks is as a national initiative to unite EMS and 911 agencies to improve survival rates. And by focusing on telephone CPR, we feel we're getting the best bang for our buck. I don't know how that phrase will translate, but it's a really efficient way to focus our efforts on the important parts of the chain of survival, which we're familiar with. But with about 70 to 75% of cardiac arrests in the United States happening in the home, in the private residence, focusing efforts on telephone CPR, you are more likely to ensure early CPR, early bystander CPR. If it can be started immediately at the time of patient collapses, we're going to improve our outcomes. So that is the core of our program. The main focus of our teaching is that by starting compressions, we are extending the amount of time that the heart can be defibrillated and shocked out of VF, or ventricular fibrillation. Part of the CPR, TCPR training, of course, is understanding the science behind CPR. So a large part of this course is getting into the gritty details with professional telephone call takers in the United States. And ultimately, in addition to teaching the process and the science behind CPR, we are making sure that we can integrate these measurement and improvement practices within the program so that it is self-sustaining. By the time our training and engagement and involvement with that organization has completed, we say it's never over, because we continue the conversation and maintain involvement beyond that. This slide represents the 10 steps to improve out-of-hospital cardiac arrest survival, which was, initially conceived within the Resuscitation Academy early leadership and is now part of the Global Resuscitation Alliance. But every step, we see our partner organizations as taking a lead for each step. For example, implementing rapid dispatch and recording all attempted resuscitations. Those are part of the telephone CPR training. So each of these organizations is leading one of these steps. However, we discussed this in our strike team meeting yesterday. Every organization is weaved so much with mission that they're all very much involved with every step of this program. So it's important to understand that with this new strike team and an alliance of these organizations, we're really working in the same direction to address the three parts of that equation, T, B, and HPCPR, with synergy moving forward. The third pillar of the grant is modernized software platform. The objective here is to integrate and standardize a modernized CARES platform that looks seamless and is user-friendly and is a lot easier to use. It's important to point out that we have added several roles to the CARES team. Our team has expanded exponentially over the last year, where we have data scientists, geospatial analysts, and scientists working on our team. It's really become a great, one of the most impressive teams that I've worked with in terms of the broad subject matter expertise that's represented. We're currently in phase 2, where we're building and designing the platform. Phase 3 is next. We hope in a little less than a year from now, we'll be able to test and refine the new seamless interface and be able to develop training models as they're internally tested. And then ultimately after that, we'll deploy the next product, the next gen product, and continue to move forward. You know, there's going to be ways to represent the data within a Tableau-like representation so that we can see and interact with the data in real time. That is the hope. And finally, it's worth mentioning our fourth and very important pillar, addressing health disparities. Within the United States, we've identified several areas with high social vulnerability index. In addition to looking at historical CARES data and cardiac arrest outcomes, we've identified priority sites around the United States to focus our quality improvement efforts. So agencies that are willing to participate and that we can engage with these organizations, with these partner organizations that I mentioned, we're continuing to expand and deploy our quality improvement initiative. I'll finish by just showing the map of an example of how we can represent our data to improve the quality in a system. By mapping out bystander CPR, Chicago Fire has shown improvement from 2014 to 2016 to 2022, where we can see increasing areas of bystander CPR rates. And this map informed improvement efforts to enhance bystander CPR in the community, as well as telephone CPR programs in Chicago. So other states like Hawaii have also represented their maps and agreed to share them publicly. So this is a way that we are trying to get other states and agencies to participate by sharing what other organizations, states, and agencies are doing to improve their quality as well. So that's it as far as the update from CARES. That represents our mission moving forward, and thank you again for the opportunity to share.
Thanks very much, Dr. Carr. And the next presenter, and I'm going to stop doing last names because I butchered everybody so far. So Ingsveld is going to present the EuroCore Cardiac Arrest Registry. Thank you very much.
So good morning, everybody. My name is Ingvild Beate Myrhaugen Kjelmeland, and it is unpronounceable for basically even Norwegians. So I'm really, really happy to be here today. Thank you for welcoming us to Vietnam, and a special thank you to the 199 Hospital for allowing us to be here. It's a great pleasure. And as I know how much work goes into a meeting like this, I'd also like to use the opportunity to thank the people that are doing all the work that we don't see. I know they're just fixing things. And the last thank you goes to our translators. I hope to be able to talk slowly enough for all of you to understand. And if you have questions, please contact us. We would love to talk about this. This is what we do. It's our lives. So I'm presenting the European Cardiac Arrest Registry. I told you my name, and I'm the leader of the Norwegian Cardiac Arrest Registry. And I'm a member of the European Cardiac Arrest Registry Study Management Team. The European registry is organized slightly different from other registries we already heard from. So our registry is underneath the European Resuscitation Council. So it was people in the council that said, we need to know what's going on out there, and started this project back in 2000 and a little bit, but first article in 2005. We have the Director of Science as one of the people that we communicate with. And directly under that, we have 3 groups that we cooperate with. It's the Eureka Network leader, which is Jan Torsten Gressner. We have the ERC dashboard where we show our results online. And then we have the research net that does a lot of research within the ERC. Under Professor Gressner, there is the Eureka Steering Committee responsible for all the work. And the registry is only active when we do studies. And then we have a huge network of national coordinators who do most of the work and collect all the data. And when we do the studies, we also have a study management team. Our registry is like a really beautiful flower. We have the Eureka in the center, and then we have all the local registries that own and are responsible for their own registry data. So every single country in Europe has their own registry, collects their own data, does their own thing, and then we all come together when we are doing studies. This also goes for financing. Eureka has no money. All the financing comes from the local registries. And then we run around asking people for money, and we know that there are people supporting us, including the ERC. But most of this is done because we love what we do. The ERC dashboard is basically a very simple online tool where we share data already published. There's nothing new here. It's all been put in papers before. But this is a site where we can go and click on our country and other countries and compare. And I just need my notes. So for the Eureka 1 study, we collected information from 27 different countries. And we had about more than 10,000 cardiac arrest cases we collected during 1 month. We had a bystander CPR rate of 66%, which is quite high, but the variations were huge. Some countries have almost no bystander CPR, and some countries have bystander CPR even for patients not in cardiac arrest. So these vary. We had a ROSC rate of 25% and survival of about 10%. And these countries, the map here shows the coverage of the registries. So some countries have 100% coverage, others cover less than 10%. Some countries have one registry, other countries have several registries. But it's all possible to put it together. However, we did realize that putting things together in a database is a lot more difficult than we were expecting. I thought that cardiac arrest was a cardiac arrest, and I realized that this is not the case all over. So we did some additional research. We came to the Eureka 2 study. Same thing here. More countries are delivering more data, covering a larger proportion. We did this study for 3 months, and we found just under 40,000 cases. So we were really happy with this. This is a good thing. Our survival rates and our ROSC rates were fairly similar. What we did find was that some rates were going down, but this is because we're capturing more cases. So I'd like to use the opportunity to challenge everybody working on cardiac arrest to not use percentages. I had to do this, I'm sorry. Please use incidence. If you know your population, it's much more important to know how many people get treated for cardiac arrest, depending on the people in your area, than the percentage of survival. If you report only your survivors, you will have 100% survival. I would like to do that and say Norway is the best in the world. But use incidences or make sure that you're comparing the same things, apples to apples. We're currently planning or working on the data from the Eureka 3 study. And we're seeing that all this work in Europe is generating more data, and more countries are covering a larger proportion of their data. So this is really good. And I know that Jan will talk a little bit about what we've done in this study tomorrow. Yes, where are we now? 2 studies published, the third one ongoing. And we're working on an agreement to sort of get the formalization with the European Resuscitation Council. Because we've been quite small and been able to do our own things, we're now growing larger, which means we're looking for structure and having clear inclusion-exclusion criteria. What I would like to challenge you in addition to incidence and percentages is to follow your own results over time. I don't think it's appropriate to compare Norway to Vietnam when it comes to survival. However, you can improve. Everybody can improve. But to improve, you need to know where you are and what you're doing. And you need to know your own results and follow those over time. Then look to others to see what are they doing to improve and implement the things that you're able to implement. And I did like the CARES part with telephone CPR, bystander CPR, and high performance CPR. I think those are really, really good places to start. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Ingvild. The last speaker is Dr. Noor Shadaha from Paros.
Về Shahida từ Paros của Singapore. Đây là nghiên cứu kết quả hồi sức Liên Á, mạng lưới nghiên cứu kết quả hồi sức Liên Á Paros.
Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shahida. Before I begin, I would actually want to thank the organizer, Hospital 199, for organizing this event. The first registry meeting was actually held in Singapore in 2018. So for this to carry on next, since then, is actually quite good and a humbling experience. So thank you again for the organizer for inviting me. So I'm a clinical research coordinator from Singapore General Hospital. I've been involved in the Paros network since it was established in 2010. Okay, so that's more than a decade now. And I've been working very closely with the Paros chairman, which is Prof. Marcus Ong, since the inception of Paros. So for today, I will be giving an update on the registry. Okay. So when Paros was started in 2010, we started with 7 countries, right? And we have since expanded and grown to about 15 countries and in over 40 participating sites as of 2023. We did, when we started, we had a phase 1 study as well as a phase 2 study. So both of them were concluded sometime in 2019 or early 2020. So we have a total of 207,000 plus cases in the registry. So this data is from January 2009 to 2018 and is contributed by these 13 sites and over 30 participating sites. So this merged data set, we call it, is actually been thoroughly cleaned and reviewed, and it's available for our Paros members to actually conduct their secondary analysis. So it's also all been de-identified. Okay. So a little bit on the logistics side. One of the ways to contribute data to Paros is using this electronic data capture system, which is known by eParos. It's also co-developed by CARES. And this eParos actually has a physical server in Singapore, hosted in Duke and US. But since the support for the operating system has ended, we need to replace the server. So while we are replacing it in the next 2 months or so, we will actually provide the current Paros members who use this website with an Excel template, okay, so that they can continue to contribute data while during the migration period. So in the near future, we plan to actually move the platform to RedCap instead. Okay, and it's also hosted in Duke and US. We will work together with the PAROS members to provide access to this red cap platform, since it's actually held in Singapore. The next we are working on currently is a registry agreement within all the 15 participating sites. So this agreement is actually needed so that we can have a common basis and understanding on how data is contributed, shared, and used. It will also help any new member to join the PAROS network. So we are still in the process of selecting the appropriate agreement to use since it involves overseas countries and sites. And we will also be identifying the representative from each institution to be included in the agreement. The next two slides, I'll be sharing the research collaboration that were done in the past 1 year within the PAROS network. So first is a collaboration between South Korea and Singapore. So we actually utilize the National Cardiac Registry between these two countries or cities. And the project is on assessing the association of sim time interval and field arrival to epinephrine admin time with clinical outcomes in OHCA. So for this specific project, there were about 22,000 cases included in the analysis, 18,000 from South Korea and about 4,000 plus from Singapore. The scene time interval is actually being divided into short stay or long stay, and it's based on the median value for each country. And then it was further categorized into the other categories here: short stay early epinephrine, short stay late, long stay early epinephrine, and long stay epinephrine. Okay. The next collaboration was actually done by a medical student in Singapore. So she utilized the merged international data set to explore the relationship between a country's income status and neurological outcomes after OCA within the PAROS network. So this utilized the entire data set from 13 countries. Okay. So what she did was these 13 countries were being classified or grouped according to the World Bank classifications, and they were grouped according to their country's income status. So the main takeaway that found from this study is that high income countries outperform the middle income, and these were contributed by higher bystander CPR rates and quicker ambulance response times. So we see that further research is needed to obtain better quality middle income data, and we hope to actually expand this as well to the low income countries in the future. So aside from those two studies, we also have other ongoing studies or secondary analysis by other PAROS members from Thailand, by Dr. Sata, Dr. Xiaofei from China, Beijing, and Dr. Sheng Chu from Taiwan. So these studies will be using the merged data set, which covers the 13 countries with over 7,000 cases. Okay. These are some of the publications that we've done in the past 1 year within the PAROS network. So the next few slides, I will actually be focusing a little bit on the Singapore Cardiac Arrest Registry. We have completed our 2021 annual report early this year, and these are some of the indicators. So in 2021, the total OHCA cases was more than 3,500 cases, and this is in the increasing trend. Although the overall and the astin survival has dipped a little bit in 2021, bearing in mind that this is still the pandemic period. However, we note that the bystander interventions for 2021 actually improved or performed better than the previous, the COVID year, 2020. So for survivors who were discharged alive, 80% of them actually discharged well with good neurological outcome measured by the cerebral performance score category 1 or 2. So this project, Frisca, is actually an ongoing study in Singapore, which we started sometime in Q4 of 2022. The overall aim is to increase the number of cardiac arrest survivors with good neurological outcome by 20% over 5 years. And we aim to achieve this through these 4 themes. Okay. So the first theme is the need to build a long-term registry and quality of life data. We are actually conducting an ongoing multi-center study where we will recruit survivors from cardiac arrest. We have recruited about 50 plus patients and 30 plus caregivers across 7 tertiary hospitals in Singapore. And so far we have, I think, completed more than 11 follow-ups, the 1-year follow-up, and more than 30 patients for the 6 months follow-up. So during this follow-up, both survivors and caregivers were given a series of questionnaires or quality of life assessments or psychological assessments to assess their quality of life. Generally the follow-up will take about at least 1 hour, and we will actually go to the patients or the survivors' home to conduct this follow-up. Under theme 2, we will be enhancing the community response by engaging the community first responders, who have at least responded to a cardiac arrest at least once. So these community first responders, they will be actually given the improved version of a CPR card, which is a credit card size, and it will be linked to an app which is called TCPR Link, so that it will be they are given real life audio and video feedback on how their chest compressions are doing. So we plan to actually launch this officially on 12 October. Alongside the World Restarted Heart Day. We have recruited actually more than 170 plus CFRs to date. The third theme is to optimize the ambulance or the EMS response. So the first thing that we are planning to do is actually conduct a cluster randomized control trial on pre-hospital targeted temperature management using a novel cooling vest or a cooling suit. So this trial will be started in Singapore in Q1 of 2025, and we will cover 5 tertiary hospitals, mainly covering the northwestern part of Singapore. Right. And so currently we are still finalizing the ambulance protocol and the paramedics training. Okay, so the last theme is to increase capability of global health systems. So this is regarding the developing of a pre-hospital emergency care system or PECSET program in collaboration with the GRA. So I believe Dr. Anjani will speak more about this later on. But I'd just like to highlight that we have, since we started this program, we have developed the basic toolkit, and it has been piloted in these 5 cities. The recent one, Vietnam early this year, and Malaysia in June. Okay. PAROS also has an ongoing program where we adopt the RA 10-step implementations in the PAROS network. So this program was actually funded by LADEL, and it was awarded to 8 countries, including Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia. And so some of the progress I would like to highlight from Thailand. So they adopted the step 1, 2, and I think number 7. So setting up a cardiac registry, implementing telephone CPR, as well as using smart technologies. Okay. So from the 10-step program, so these are the outcomes they manage they gotten over the years when they have implemented it. So it's quite encouraging. And I think Dr. Sata will also be talking more about this in his slides later on. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Cảm ơn các bạn đã lắng nghe.
Thank you very much. It's a great cross section of different ideas and different approaches to cardiac arrest care. I will look forward to the next presentation, be moderated by Dr. Isakov.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alex Isakov. I'm a professor of emergency medicine at Emory University and the director of our section of pre-hospital and disaster medicine. I'm co-leading or co-chairing this section with Dr. Sando. I don't know. Is he here? Yeah, there. Good. Nice to meet you, sir. So our first speakers this morning in this section, which is registry lessons learned for programs that are starting out, are from our colleagues at Vietnam Paros in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City, Dr. Quang Quoc Dai, and Wyatt from Ruro. Okay. I got the thumbs up, so thank you. That's just, Brian said they're just being nice, which is true. Yeah. Hello.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Khương Quốc Đại. I'm working in my hospital in the Center for Emergency Medicine. So I would like to thank Dr. Brian, the organizer, to invite me to be here to share some update from Paros in Hanoi. So this is from Hanoi, Tradition. And this Da Nang is about 12 hours to drive from Da Nang to Hanoi. So Hanoi in the north of Vietnam, with the area of more than 3,000 square kilometers, and the population is more than 8 million people. The Hanoi 115 Center is organized to take care of the pre-hospital care system in Hanoi. There are about 120 staff with 22 ambulance. They cover only the center of Hanoi. They cannot cover the whole area of Hanoi. So a lot of patients cannot approach pre-hospital care system in Hanoi, even in the capital of Vietnam. There were 8 stations, and these are some basic ambulance and basic dispatch center. You can see this telephone and computer, and they work very hard. They get about 3,000 calls per day. Yeah, it's very hard working. So actually in Vietnam, we don't have national registry. So we joined Paros from 2014. From 2014 and 2018, Dr. Sơn is the main doctor who taking care of the Paros project in Vietnam. So we collect all data from 3 biggest hospitals. It's a hospital-based data. For 4 years, we collect about less than 800 cases of our hospital cardiac arrest. So the survival rate is 14%, and CPC1 and CPC2 is 5.6%. It's the data from the hospital view. And in 2019, we collect data in Hanoi, 5 hospitals in Hanoi, the same research, the hospital-based data. And it's so lower percentage of survival rate in Hanoi when compared to the whole country, the 3 biggest hospital, because there were 4 other hospitals in Hanoi joined. Yeah, and in the COVID, we cannot collect the data. We have a lot of prioritize to concentrate on, and we come back to Paros from 2022 and 2023. We expand the data collection. We try to collect data from 115 center. It's a pre-hospital care system. And this will result from the September to May 2022, 24. It's a 7 month. We collect more than 1,000 cases. It's double than the number we got in 4 years from hospital base. The rose of the scene is this initial analysis. Rose of the scene is quite low, 2.8%. And many patients were transferred to hospital while receiving CPR on the ambulance. They do transfer and they do the CPR on the ambulance. So it can reduce the quality of CPR. Yeah. So bystander CPR rate is low, 5.5%. And bystander AD is 0% because we don't have AD in the community. We just have some AD on the ambulance of 115 center. This data we collect from 115 center with this big support from Dr. Tang. Dr. Tang is director of 115 center. And average response time is 13 minutes, and they spend about 34 minutes at the scene to do the CPR for one case. And AD by EMS, they have about 24 AD in ambulance, but they do only one case AD by the EMS crew, and the patient die. And the data show that the S1 airway is very high because the crew working in the ambulance, they are doctor and nurses. They can do a lot of techniques, and they can do the S1 airway. They can do the intubation, and they do the IV assess and give some epinephrine. And when we asked about the school, the EMS school, they said that when they do the CPR, when the patient hair rose, and they try to do the intubation after the rose, not the before the rose. So based on the data we got, this our plan in the future. We try to expand the data collection across the institutes in the north. We try to collect more data from hospital view. We recruit more hospital. Now the more than 10 hospital join with us. And we try to collect all the data from pre-hospital care system. And we know that's a BUS skill for the EMS crew is crucial to improve the survival rate for the patient. And to improve the bystander CPR, we are talking about the telephone CPR. We are trying to implement in the future, in the near future. And we focus on AD skill for EMS crew because they are not confident to perform the AD skill. So this some class we organize for the EMS crew. In the past, there are a lot of class like this. Just lecture, don't have the practice lesson. So today we try to make them more practice and give some AD. Try to train them how to use AD. And there are a lot of challenges to implement AD in ambulance. The part disposable and very expensive in Vietnam. It's about $200. It's quite high in Vietnam. So it's the most difficult. And the language barrier, most it is English, and they cannot understand English. So it's difficult to train them to use it. And this the decision from Ministry of Health. We try to find some new resource to provide them the free path for EMS school, and they can do they can perform the AD skill in the ambulance to improve the AD rate in ambulance. So these are some update from Hanoi. Thank you for attention.
And the next speakers are colleagues from Ho Chi Minh City.
Hello, everyone. So I am Dr. Quýt. Maybe you can call me Quýt Phạm Roro. Okay, it's okay. Thank for Dr. Brian and Professor Marcos Ong and Saida and Amy Nguyen give me a chance to standing here to share some experience about implementing Paros in Ho Chi Minh City. So actually, I write a version in Vietnamese. So this time I will speak in Vietnamese. So mình sẽ giới thiệu thêm một chút xíu về bản thân mình nữa. Thì hiện tại thì mình đang làm cái công tác ở phòng kế hoạch. Hiện tại thì mình đang làm phó phòng kế hoạch ở trung tâm cấp cứu 1 năm. Thì cái nhiệm vụ chính của mình á, thì nó có một số cái nhiệm vụ. Đầu tiên đó là về đào tạo. Thì cái nhiệm vụ của mình á, đào tạo làm sao cho cái lực lượng cấp cứu ngoại viện của mình á, nó sẽ phải chuẩn hóa hơn và tốt hơn. Và nhiệm vụ đào tạo bên ngoài nữa dành cho những cái cơ sở y tế bên ngoài, những cộng đồng, làm sao họ biết tới cái chuyện TCR nhiều hơn, biết tới CPR bởi người chứng kiến nhiều hơn. Nhiệm vụ thứ hai của mình đó là làm sao để quản lý được chất lượng của cái hệ thống cấp cứu ngoại viện của mình. Quản lý chất lượng về xe, về những quy trình hay những thiết lập những quy trình trong một cái hệ thống cấp cứu thì làm sao để tốt hơn. Cái nhiệm vụ thứ ba của mình nhá, nó tương đối là nhỏ thôi. Đó là cái nhiệm vụ về cái tổ chức hội thảo và hội nghị. Những cái này tuy nó nhỏ, tuy nhiên á, thì mình nghĩ hiện tại bây giờ ở Việt Nam và một số cái tỉnh thì mình nghĩ nó là quan trọng, bởi vì á, nó sẽ giúp mình kết nối được với mọi người, kết nối được với các tỉnh thành với nhau, miền Bắc, miền Trung, miền Nam và các cái vùng khác trên thế giới, làm sao mình share những cái dữ liệu và kết nối với nhau. Thì đó là cái hiện tại thì mình đang làm. Và cái cơ duyên mình tới Paros á, thì cũng rất cảm ơn bác sĩ giáo sư Marcus và giáo sư Brian thì giúp mình biết tới cái Paros và mình sẽ triển khai thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Vậy thì đây là một cái phần bài nói của mình hôm nay thì nó sẽ gồm có 3 phần chính. Đầu tiên mình sẽ nói về cái chuyện là những cái khó khăn mình gặp phải khi mà triển khai thu thập dữ liệu ở nhiều bệnh viện, nhất là một cái thành phố lớn. Thứ hai về cái chuyện cái kinh nghiệm mình đã làm để mình giải quyết một số cái khó khăn nó như thế nào, và cuối cùng mình sẽ kết luận. Vậy thì mình sẽ được nói tới về cái thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Sẽ có một số thông tin ở trên này mình sẽ không nhắc lại. Vậy thì đây là cái thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, nó chỉ nhỏ nhỏ ở chỗ bên dưới này thôi, mà nó hình giống như con chim gì đó. Đây là một cái hình nó phóng to hơn. Thì nó có hai đầu này á, thì cái mật độ dân số tương đối là ít. Phía bên dưới nó chủ yếu mật độ dân số tập trung ở đây thôi. Và xung quanh đó thì tổng cộng ở thành phố Hồ Chí Minh á, nó có 129 bệnh viện lận. Sẽ có những bệnh viện đó là những bệnh viện tuyến cuối hoặc bệnh viện quận huyện, và có rất nhiều phòng khám, và những cái phòng khám tư nhân thì rất nhiều. Cái này có thể là phòng khám tổng quát hoặc là chuyên khoa. Với cái mật độ dân số thì người ta tính trung bình á, là 4.513 người trên 1 km vuông. Và mình nhớ rằng ở phía miền Nam thì thành phố Hồ Chí Minh đó là một cái trung tâm về văn hóa cũng như về y tế, về kinh tế, mọi thứ thì nó là một cái trung tâm. Vậy thì cái mà gặp phải mình thấy sau khi một thời gian mà mình đi kết nối các bệnh viện á, thì mình gặp phải một số vấn đề. Ví dụ mỗi bệnh viện á, người ta có một cái quy trình khác nhau. Mình không biết được, mình không làm việc ở đó, mình không biết được quy trình họ như thế nào, mình không biết tới phòng nào nữa. Khi mình tới bệnh viện á, thì mình không biết phòng nào để mình liên hệ để mình có thể xin được cái giấy phép, xin được chuyện này chuyện kia. Cái đó là một cái rất nan giải, mình nghĩ vậy. Chuyện thứ hai là giống như cô ở European thì cái chuyện mà mình làm một cái nghiên cứu gì đó nhưng mà không có kinh phí hoặc là không có một cái nguồn đầu tư lớn thì chúng ta cũng rất khó trong cái chuyện mà triển khai nó. Ờ, Vậy thì mình sẽ giải quyết cái chuyện mỗi cái bệnh viện nó giống quy trình như vậy, mình không biết đường nào mình tìm cả, và điều quan trọng nữa là mỗi bệnh viện mình phải tới đó, có thể những bệnh viện tuyến cuối, những bệnh viện bộ ngành á, thì mình phải trình y đức một lần, cứ mỗi lần một lần như vậy. Nó không phải là khó gì với bản thân cái team của mình làm ở trong đó mà không có khó khăn gì cả. Tuy nhiên cái chuyện sắp xếp mà để tới đó, cứ tới bệnh viện trình như vậy, nó một vấn đề nan giải. Để chúng ta không thể 5-10 bệnh viện chúng ta cứ tới đó thì chúng ta sắp xếp như vậy rất mất thời gian và tiền bạc nữa. Vậy thì hiện tại sau một cái khoảng thời gian nhất định á, thì mình có 30 cái trạm vệ tinh trong cái hệ thống cấp cứu của mình á, thì mình chỉ cần triển khai, mình thu thập thôi, mình không cần phải xin y đức. Tuy nhiên á, một số cái bệnh viện mà tuyến cuối, ví dụ Trưng Vương, Nhân dân Gia Định, Thống Nhất, Nguyễn Trãi, thì những bệnh viện này thì mình phải tới đó mình xin y đức. Mình xin y đức, sau đó thì mình sẽ tiến hành thu thập dữ liệu. Và một số cái bệnh viện đó mình đang tìm kiếm những người điều phối viên, những người kết nối với mình, đó là An Bình và Nguyễn Duy Phương. Thì cái kinh nghiệm mình rút ra sau khi mà mình đi một số cái bệnh viện, 5-6 bệnh viện đó, thì chuyện đầu tiên đó, mình phải kiếm được một cái người nào đó mà làm tại phòng cấp cứu đó. Mình phải tìm được người đó, bắt buộc mình phải tìm. Thì người đó mà có tiêu chí, thứ nhất họ sẽ có cái gì đó đam mê về nghiên cứu và đam mê cái chuyện mà cải thiện cái chuyện ngưng tim ngoại viện, làm sao mà nâng cao kiến thức cộng đồng, thì họ phải có đam mê về cái đó. Cái thứ hai, sau khi mình tìm được người đó rồi thì mình sẽ tới nhờ bạn đó kết nối với trưởng khoa, phó khoa của cái bệnh viện, phó khoa cấp cứu đó. Mình sẽ nói chuyện với họ về nghiên cứu này, về những cái mục đích mà chúng ta sẽ làm và những cái gì mà chúng ta vượt qua trong tương lai. Sau đó thì mình sẽ phải đi chuẩn bị hồ sơ. Mình chuẩn bị hồ sơ. Cái bước này á, cái bước này thì mà nó bước này chính là cái team của mình sẽ giải quyết. Bởi vì khi mà mình mong muốn mà tạo điều kiện nhất cho cái khoa cấp cứu của tất cả các bệnh viện, người ta chỉ việc thu thập số liệu thôi. Nên do đó thì cái bước này là cái bước team của mình sẽ phải cố gắng giải quyết làm sao liên hệ bệnh viện, tất cả các giấy tờ. Một cái bước tiếp theo á là mình sẽ những cái dụng cụ về thu thập số liệu hoặc là một số cái mình sẽ mang tới bệnh viện, mình mang tới cho họ và mình khuyến khích họ làm sao thu thập số liệu một cách tốt nhất. Khi mà thu thập số liệu rồi á, mình phải kết nối họ với nhau thường xuyên. Nhiều khi 11 giờ đêm á, mình vẫn phải nhận điện thoại rằng có trường hợp này như vậy như kia. Thì câu chuyện là chúng ta không có tất cả thời gian mình đều phải rep tin nhắn hết, mình phải trả lời tin nhắn của họ. Thời gian nào cũng trả lời, ngày lễ cũng như ngày thường, ban đêm cũng như ban ngày nếu mình biết. Trừ khi mình bị trôi tin nhắn thôi mình không để ý. Và ngoài ra thì mình sẽ phải kết nối với họ làm những nghiên cứu khác nữa. Thì ngoài cái chuyện mà đối với ngoại viện mình đang quan tâm á, thì ngoài chuyện ngưng tim mình quan tâm đến đột quỵ, mình quan tâm đến chấn thương, quan tâm những vấn đề khác. Vậy thì từ những cái mối quan hệ đó mình có thể kết nối họ làm những cái nghiên cứu thêm. Vậy thì mình làm sao mình có thể tìm kiếm được những người mà đang làm ở khoa cấp cứu mà có cái niềm đam mê về nghiên cứu, đam mê về những cái cải thiện. Thì đây là một cái mà mình đang làm. Đầu tiên á, mình sẽ tổ chức hội nghị. Đây là hội nghị chỗ này chắc mọi người cũng biết ha. Đây là một cái hội nghị khác, có giáo sư Brian thì mình cũng mời. Tuy nhiên á thì ở bên trung tâm cấp 5 thành phố Hồ Chí Minh á, hiện tại thì em sẽ duy trì một cái hội nghị, tức là năm nào chúng ta cũng tổ chức một hội nghị về ngưng tim, năm nào chúng ta hội nghị về chấn thương, chúng ta tổ chức hội nghị khác. thì thường niên như vậy chúng ta sẽ mời những người ở khoa cấp cứu, chúng ta tới đó chúng ta dự và chúng ta trao đổi chia sẻ. Mà có một điều em không biết là ở đây mọi người như thế nào, nhưng mà với em tổ chức hội nghị em sẽ cấp miễn phí cho cái chuyện mà đào tạo liên tục cho họ để họ có thể tăng cái nghị lực để tham gia, miễn họ chỉ cần bớt thời gian tới đó thôi. Nếu mà chúng ta một cái vấn đề mới về cấp cứu ngoại viện ở Việt Nam, nhưng mà nếu mà chúng ta thu tiền họ nữa thì họ sẽ không tới nữa, họ không quan tâm luôn. Nên do đó cái chuyện nhiều khi kinh phí chúng ta tổ chức thì chúng ta thu tiền họ, họ cũng một cái chuyện e dè. Nên do đó mình muốn ban đầu muốn kết nối của họ, mục đích của tôi là kết nối, nên do đó tôi sẽ không có thu phí họ nữa để họ có thể tham gia. Sau khi mà tôi đã tìm được những cái đầu mối như vậy, ngoài ra cái chuyện đầu mối có thể là bạn bè hoặc gì đó. Đây là một cái ví dụ, anh này là một cái bác sĩ trong phòng hồi sức của Bệnh viện Nhân dân 1 năm. Cái bệnh viện này á, một ngày người ta tiếp nhận có khoảng 300 ca cấp cứu tại cái khoa cấp cứu á. Thì sau khi mà gặp anh ở hội nghị á, thì sẽ nói chuyện với anh đó, rồi tiếp tục anh sẽ dẫn tới cái trưởng khoa cấp cứu. Mình sẽ tiếp tục mình bàn về tới cái cấp cứu này, bàn tới cái nghiên cứu này và cái lợi ích đem lại cho những người trong bệnh viện, đem lại cho bệnh viện là gì, đem lại cho những người khoa cấp cứu ra sao, và những cái quy trình để chúng ta làm. Và tương tự như vậy, đây là một cái anh ở Bệnh viện Nhân gia đình, anh là trưởng khoa điều dưỡng trưởng của khoa cấp cứu. Thì mình cũng như vậy và mình kết nối, sau đó thì mình kết nối thì mình mới giải quyết được vấn đề. Chỗ này em xin được nói thêm tại sao em lại quan tâm với chuyện là tìm, bởi vì mình làm nghiên cứu đầu tiên mình phải đi làm giấy tờ trước, mình phải xin rồi các thứ. Nhưng mà đối với ở hiện tại á, em đang quan tâm á, cái chuyện chúng ta làm thu thập dữ liệu về những ca ngưng tim hoặc chấn thương á, nó là một cái chuyện kéo dài ngày. Nó cần một cái sự đam mê nhất định. Vậy thì chỉ có những người mà thực sự đam mê thì mới có thể kéo dài nó được thôi. Còn nếu mà chúng ta chỉ giải quyết vấn đề ngắn gọn một thời gian nào ngắn thì chúng ta có thể xin ở bên trên, chúng ta áp xuống chúng ta làm. Nhưng mà cái này á, mình mong muốn rằng là nó phải kéo dài được và cái số liệu nó phải chính xác. Cái điều đó mình nghĩ rằng ai cũng hiểu rằng cái số liệu làm nghiên cứu mà số liệu mà sai thì không có thể làm được cái gì cả. Nên số liệu phải chính xác. Thì do đó cái chuyện mà mình phải tìm được một người ở khoa cấp cứu có mong muốn làm thì mới đáp ứng cho mình, sẽ giúp cho mình cung cấp một cái số liệu chính xác, thời gian kéo dài nó dài hơn. Đó là một cái điều tiên quyết của mình. Vậy thì khi mà mình đã tìm được như vậy, sau đó mình xin được cái xin được giấy phép để có thể thu thập số liệu. Cái chuyện mà không có kinh phí thì ai cũng hiểu, và người ta trong bệnh viện, người ta một ngày, ví dụ bệnh viện Nhân dân 1 năm, một ngày người ta tiếp nhận 300 ca cấp cứu, ai cũng mệt hết. Do đó cái chuyện mà in giấy, nhập liệu các thứ á, những cái công việc gần giống như là, nếu chúng ta có thể gọi đó là công việc chân tay cũng có thể được nữa, thì cái nhóm team của mình á, sẽ cung cấp cho họ. Nếu họ cần thì mình sẽ mang tới bệnh viện. Nếu hỏi họ có mong muốn là họ có thể có thời gian nhập lên hệ thống được hay không. Nếu mà họ nói không, ok, đưa hết là cho tôi, ông chỉ cần báo tôi ngày giờ tới bệnh viện lấy, tôi sẽ tới đó tôi lấy, mang về cơ quan tôi nhập, thì sẽ giúp được cái bệnh viện đó, người ta sẽ tăng được cái giống như một cái động lực để họ có thể thu thập những số liệu hơn. Vậy thì ở nước ngoài có thể dùng Viber hoặc WhatsApp hoặc gì đó, nhưng mà ở Việt Nam thì nó là Zalo. Mình sẽ kết nối thành một cái cộng đồng trên Zalo, mình sẽ trao đổi những cái gì nó gặp khó khăn, mình sẽ trao đổi trên này. Thì bởi vì nó miễn phí nên do đó nó không tốn điện thoại, nên do đó chúng ta có thể kết nối mọi thứ ở trên Zalo này, và chúng ta cần thiết chúng ta có thể gửi lên một cái là tất cả mọi người đều biết cả. Thì sau một cái thời gian mà triển khai á, thì đây là một số cái dữ liệu nho nhỏ thôi, nó không phải đầy đủ. Thì mình triển khai từ tháng 3, tháng 7 thì tổng cộng là mình ghi nhận được 211 ca. Thì trong này á, riêng trung tâm cấp cứu 1 năm đi đến 55 ca rồi. Tại vì cái này nó chuyển qua một cái trung tâm cấp cứu 1 năm thì 55 ca. Tuy nhiên chúng ta nhìn kỹ vào bên trong này á, thì chúng ta thấy rằng cái chuyện xin lỗi. Cái CPR bởi cái người chứng kiến chiếm 29%. Cái số này nó sẽ tăng hơn nữa trong tương lai, tại vì bây giờ trung tâm mình đã triển khai về cái TCPR rồi, nó sẽ tăng hơn nữa, và điều đó là sẽ chắc chắn. Ngoài ra thì một số ca về cái AD thì chỉ có 1 ca thôi. Lý do này cái này là 1 ca là cho người chứng kiến, chứ không phải là nhân viên y tế. Người chứng kiến hiện tại Việt Nam không có sử dụng máy AED ngoài cộng đồng. Tuy nhiên nó sẽ có một số công ty hoặc là một số cái mega mall người ta sẽ có những cái máy AED. Vậy những cái trường hợp này, ca này ngưng tim ở vùng đâu đó thì người ta sẽ được sử dụng cái máy AED này. Và cái thời gian mà tiếp cận cái này by car bằng xe cứu thương á, là 12 phút tính trung bình. Thì kết luận rằng ở cái slide này mình muốn hai cái chuyện nó chỉ tóm gọn trong hai bức hình này thôi. Bức hình thứ nhất á, cái Paros ở thành phố Hồ Chí Minh nó giống như một cái mặt trời chuẩn bị mọc thôi, nên do đó nó còn phải một cái quá trình dài để làm sao mà đi tới được nữa. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng nó sẽ giống mặt trời đó, và càng ngày nó sẽ càng tiến lên. Cái chuyện thứ hai, khi chúng ta mới làm á, nó giống như một cái mạng nhện vậy đó. Chúng ta nhìn vào đó rất rối, nhưng mà nếu mà chúng ta càng làm càng gỡ thì nó sẽ có một cái hướng đi nhất định để chúng ta đi. Nhưng mà nhất định chúng ta phải làm và chúng ta phải nhìn. Và cái này là cái kết thúc. Và cảm ơn sự lắng nghe của mọi người.
Well, thank you very much for the talk from Ho Chi Minh City 115 Center. And next, would like to introduce Dr. Wen Zhang from China. We talk about the basic lesson learned from China. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the introduction, and thanks a lot for the warm welcome and a beautiful country and very beautiful song. I really enjoy the song, although I cannot understand what the words is. Okay, my topic today is about the registry lessons learned in China. I'm from China. I'm an emergency physician and a clinical researcher in the Qilu Hospital of Shanghai University in China, from the basic registry group. Okay, as we all know, China is a big country with a very large population, so it's very difficult for us to step the first huge step to run such a large registry. So here we want to introduce the development history and implementation methods of our basic registry to provide more understanding about how to run such a big registry in this country. First, we will begin with the very beginning of this project, the conception development. As our team have done a very systematic review about the related literatures publicated about the cardiac arrest and resuscitation in China. We found that the previous epidemiology studies of the out-of-hospital cardiac arrest are really scarce and limited to the specific cities or the districts of such cities. And most of these studies were initiated by individual physicians or researchers. So it's very difficult to compare the data among these studies. Although these studies were very local and small, they provide very important primary insights for us about the incidence and the outcomes of OCA in China, the high incidence and not good outcomes. As we can see in this picture, on the left one, we can see only 3 cities in mainland China have reported their instance of EMS assisted OCA previously. Only 3 cities in mainland China. Region from 20 to 80 per 100,000 population. It's relatively high. And about the outcomes, survival to discharge, only around 1%, very low. So that's why we want to do something better. And the experts of the emergency teams in China, they all know that this is a problem for a long time, but they could not run a good nationwide investigation because of the lack of government support fundings and a very good protocol. So one of the emergency teams in China is our team, Qilu emergency team. Our leaders, they try their best to assemble experts in this field in our country, and they will do some review about the registries both in our country and out of our countries. And they developed a very sound protocol to do a large registry in our country. And very important, we should achieve the support from the government. So they advocate for increased attention from the authorities like the Ministry of Science and Technology and National Health Commission in China. What they have done and what they want to do is in alignment with our country's national strategy, the Healthy China. So their protocol received official support from the Ministry of Science of Technology in China. This is very important for us to do the next work. So we have got the official, the form recognition. Then we move to the next step, the cooperation network building. Let me introduce the EMS system in China briefly. The EMS system in mainland China is a physician-based single-tied system. Most of the tasks are carried out by the ambulance, and each ambulance is staffed by at least one doctor, one nurse, and one driver. The driver can do BLS. And we have mainly three types of the EMS system. According to the relationship between the ambulance, the dispatcher center, the ambulance, and the staff, including the independent type, command and the dispatcher type, and the dependent type. Independent type means this EMS system has its own independent dispatcher center, ambulances, and the staff all belong to the EMS system. The command and dispatcher types refers to that this EMS system has its own dispatcher center, but the ambulances and the staff belong to the hospital, a general hospital. And dependent type means all of this belong to the hospital. Okay. This picture shows again, as has shown in Peng's presentation. This picture shows a flowchart of the site selection, the participating site selection in our registry. Geographically, there are 7 regions in China with different variations in culture, economy, resourceization, and other characteristics. We wanted to do a more national representative sample. So we try to select the sites from all of these 7 regions, covering both urban and rural sites. And all the provincial capitals have the priority to be selected as urban sites. If they did not show any interest to participate, we will choose a same level city in this province as a subset. And 1 county was selected in each of the 7 regions as rural sites. Okay. This one. We have many similar experience as the Ho Chi Minh experience, as the president previously. We need to pursue to convince the leaders of the EMS agency to participate. Actually, they have concerns when we initially say something about this registry with them. The main concerns are the uncertainty about the data security, the patient's privacy data security, and the unsureness about how much personnel should be allocated for this registry without affecting their routine clinical practice. Because as we all know, the EMS staff already have overload workload, and with very high turnover rates, so very difficult. And the third one is they said they will be embarrassing if their agency's data have made public, like very low survival rates or very blunt EMS response time. They were so not bad, not good, embarrassing. To address these concerns, we developed several solutions. For example, the many measures to protect the data security, like the account limitation, the desensitized protocol, and confidential agreement. And for the workload, we try to minimize the workload for the investigators. Every variable in this registry, we discussed the necessity of this variable to include it in this CF. And for the embarrassing thing, we say that we will not report the agency level data. We just report the national or regional data for the public. So after all the efforts, most of the directors we talk about show very big interest to participate. They can say that they can imagine they will get better quality, work quality, and patient outcomes after participating. Also, very important in China, it's very attractive to participate in national projects because this kind of participation can show their academic reputation, academic importance in this country. And we also developed several committees to make the influence of the implementation. Firstly is the project steering committee to hold all the important things. And the expert advisory committee to give us important suggestions. The project coordination center. The coordination center have the most all of the running the implementation task to make sure the running of this project. And regional coordination groups. We have seven regional groups, so in this register, so we have regional coordination groups. And for the third one, I want to emphasize that the project coordination center will host weekly meeting to promote the progress. And regional coordination groups hold a daily meeting to daily communication, not meeting, daily communication with the participating sites in their region. So these two kinds of committee are very important for our implementation. And we also developed a network platform, electronic network platform. We including the EDC, follow-up reminder, quality control, and visual display functions in this platform. So we do not need to send a paper case report form to to our center. We just every investigator just enter the data directly into the EDC, to avoid the paperwork. Okay. This is because we before the registry we do a pilot survey for the medical records of each EMS stations. We found that most of the stations use electronic medical records. The electronic one is prevalent, but the paper records are still being used in several EMS agencies. So it's difficult for us to extraction the structured data directly from the paper, from the medical records. We use the prospective data collection to make sure the accuracy and completeness of the variables. And we take the quality of the data very seriously. So we try our best to make the data quality in each stage of the registry. And this is the core documents we developed, like CRF dictionary and data management plan. This is our on-site training and retraining. This is the daily online communication. We use WeChat like the WhatsApp app. And this is on-site assessment. This is our coordinator center in our hospital. We have more than 30 full-time staff. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to those speakers. The next speakers are my friends from Thailand, Paros, from Bangkok, friend Satariapam, who I've known since he was a fellow at Penn State. Welcome.
Yeah. Hello, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the organizing committee to invite me to be here. So I try to spend a short time as much as I can, and I have my colleagues from Chiang Mai, from Thailand, to talk about the Paros too. And for the Bangkok, we such a small, actually a small city, but a very crowded people. We have the almost 10 million population, and we use the two-tier system. The ALS is hospital-based EMS mostly right now, and the BOS is volunteer-based. This is a Bangkok look like, but how when we work right now, we cannot. It's quite difficult to control the quality for the whole city, which is 10 million people. So now we that's why we divide the zone. We have the Bangkok EMS zone. Right now we have 11 zones for the Bangkok, and the dot that you see is a hospital, which has ambulance located in, and so that's why it's quite. We still have, and you see the dot with ambulance sign is a Bangkok city itself, or like a put the ambulance on some building, because hospital base. The problem of hospital base is we confined in the center of the city. That's how we distribute the ambulance within the Bangkok is quite difficult. So that's why the Bangkok city itself put more ambulance add up. So that's why I say the advanced ambulance right now majority is hospital based plus the city based in the Bangkok right now. For the active Paros participating sites, unfortunately we just have in Bangkok we have just 2 hospital. So join the Paros, which is originally the first one is from Rajpati Hospital from Dr. Pairot. Many of us know him, and he joined the Paros since the Paros starts, as the Shaida show in slides. And my hospital, Dr. Pairot asked my hospital to join with the Paros from the first phase. As you see, so we collecting the data from different area. Rapidly hospital, mostly they get the people get the cardiac arrest case from the zone number 8, and on my hospital, Sirat hospital is from the zone number 1. We gonna when we start, so we start actually in around 2011. At that time, we not again. I think we have the same problem: lacking of the funding, lacking of the manpower. The first time that we use the free of charge manpower, which was the medical emergency medicine residents, because we can ask them to, hey, we have to research together, and could you please to help us to collecting the data. So that's why at that time we have the one the data collection system free of charge, but it's not sustainable, because when he graduated, the project is done. So that's why at the first rate we stopped the project around 2013. At the first, but at that time we published one paper. We use a household-based registry, so we include the people who are cardiac arrest case who visit our EC department. So we lost the people who died at the scene at that time. So it's quite different right now. So at that time we have the percentage. Sorry, in percentage of image utilization is around 15%. 15% at that time. So that's why we select a household-based registry, because we had the majority of the people who carry the patient to the hospital. Unfortunately, and most people die. And like Alex says, when I just graduated from the Penn State EMS fellow and come back in around 2016 and build up my system called the CIRAT EMS system. We are from 2018. Of course, we need to have the data to improve the system. So that's why I found out we have the gap from 2014 until now when we have the exhibit our center. So I try to find the free of charge data collectors, which was the time medical students. Again, I have same approach. Hey, we have to. Could you please help me to that collecting the data, and we have the research together. And at that time we use a retrospective system at that time, and we also I work with my resident to have the progressive data system, and around start from 2019, and we publish some publication. And of course, at that time we have the data, and we can identify the gap about the low preference about bystander CPR, and we can get the funding to build up some public health intervention. This is one of the model that I talk a lot around the world. We call the motorcycle taxi CPR. We build the community for responder, visit the motorcycle taxi, and we have the activation system and activate them to help us to do CPR before the ambulance arrival. And it's still ongoing project right now. And this is like a letter to editor report to the research station. And for the data for that from we have this is for the household based perspective. So we the yellow line here is when we start our EMS team. And you can see from the 2000 as just said earlier, we have the prevalence of image utilization around 14%, and the majority of that when we start in around 2011 is a majority of people don't know emergency access number. But now when we just start the EMS team, I think it's at that time our people know the number, but we don't have the supply enough for them. When we just add one team, many of cardiac arrest patients can access the EMS system and can have more the bystander CPR too. Of course, when after we have the data, we have the public health intervention, I can get more the funding, and so I hired one of the research assistant to do the real data collection system. And of course, when we start after 2019, we have the COVID. we also have we can see the how the COVID impact as the same around the world. And we try to expand our network with Dr. Bowon and Dr. Jirapong from Rathi Hospital and Brian here too. Brian. And we establish the network called Thai OHCA network, but it's still the independent network from the mostly from University Hospital join as a network to start collecting data. But it's still I think around it's still three UC hospital actually send data to the paros. Most of them collecting user data by themselves. So and now we just move from the household-based registry to the EMS-based registry because EMS utilization for cardiac arrest case is go up is around 80 to 90%, and it's quite difficult to correlate both the EMS and household-based registry and combine together. So that I change collecting data from the EMS perspective, and we add up more from the we try to collecting data to about the committee for responder activation, basic life support in management, and high performance CMR, which I gonna tell you more tomorrow. And of course, the quality CMR metric. And we also have the weekly team meeting for the data quality assurance. And just Shahida said earlier, I'm gonna tell you more tomorrow about the detail when we implement high performance CPR in our system and use data to control the quality and improve the outcome tomorrow. The last and not least, if you cannot understand me anymore, just one last slide for next EMS Asia in February 18 to 20 in the Sheraton Hua Hin. And right now you can go to emsasia2025.com and you can submit abstract, register the conference and see you in Thailand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Riapan. And now from Chiang Mai, Dr. Bowon Wit.
First slide. The first one, please. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank for invite me to join this global OSCA registry, and I would like to take you on a journey today, a journey from the heart of northern of Thailand, the city of Chiang Mai. Now, Chiang Mai, if you haven't had a chance to visit, is a city of vibrant cultures, nest among a mountain. Sorry, where the ancients and the modern coexist. But this story is not about the beauty. It's about the power of community and the will to save life. 20 years ago at Maharanakhon Chiang Mai, or the place that I work today, leading institution in the northern of Thailand, we face the harsh reality. Cardiac arrest, especially HOCA. Survival rates were shockingly low. As you see, at the moment, we thought what could be done. But that's where our story begins. The challenge wasn't about implementing CPR training or distributing AED. It's about a vision to empower everyday people to be lifesavers. You see, in Thailand, despite a beautiful temple or bustling street, bystander CPR rates were minimal. Most people were too afraid to act. So we asked ourselves, how do we break this fear? How do we give people the courage, the knowledge to save life? We start to build a partnership from Thai leader of CPI Institute, Thai Resuscitation Council,
to do a standard course in Chiang Mai. We start a small in 228 community program that's expand to school and officers. And we do the AED place, many place in Chiang Mai with PAD program. 1 year after we start the program around the local park, this park in Chiang Mai we call Ang Keo. One woman was collapsed. She wasn't breathing. The cow stood still, unsure what to do. Until one of our trained students rushed forward and call emergency number, do the CPR and use the AED. This woman was survived. The life saved by teenager who was our learners. This is empower us to do more about the basic life support and the life support in Chiang Mai. But it's not the end of our journey. It was just the beginning. We expand teach to secondary school teacher and more public, especially where AED placings. And we develop the program or website to locating the program. It was developed by secondary school student. This boy helped us to develop the program. And we develop medical team in running race event also to help to first aid and to do the CPR in the running race event. From the help from Dr. Brian and his advisory syndrome, the PAROS program was developed in Thailand. And thanks PAROS for make 3 of our hospital in Thailand to join the PAROS. Our data show that bystander CPR rates were increasing, but then COVID-19 disrupt our progress. Activity were hot. Bystander become uncertain. Should they save life or be cautious with the COVID? But even so, there are some positive. Family assistance increase every year in the CPR event. And AED use show rising trend in Chiang Mai. By now, our survival rate improved more than 10% to 20% compared to only 4% in earlier. There are still many things to improve. One major challenge is the growing urbanizations, which had led to more unwitnessed arrests in Chiang Mai. We believe that when we understand the cause, we can solve them. And thanks to the PAROS data, that's helped us to know that. Our research was continue to involve with many studies showing improvement by standard CPR and reduce EMS response time in Chiang Mai and increase AED availability and AED using. We are learned about the need for increased public awareness, educations on BLS and EMS, and the challenge delay EMS response in Thailand. Through the systemic approach, such like the standard course, ACLS and BLS, okay, 10 step improving survival time of cardiac arrest. We know that the powerful tool is managing by fact and having a cardiac arrest registry. The PAROS registry, which was our solution, help us to evaluate and improve healthcare system for permanent and empower community to save life and drive research that generates new knowledge. Now that COVID-19 is behind us, we can resume our activity. We place more AED through the Thailand. And when you visit Thailand, you can find them via the website aed4all.net. Yes, this app is making by that boy. And this is locating AED by red heart, you will see. And if you cannot remember the AED, you can call 1669 or emergency number. The dispatcher will use this program to locate the AED in Thailand, and this AED can report by everyone who attached by the platform that we do. And we teach more to the teacher about CPR to make them, empower them to teach more the student in Thailand. Overall, in recent running event, our team saved life, not just the one event, but 2 events in these 2 months. And we still continue to do more because of our registry tell us that we need to improve. We will do more power registry to and encourage them to join us and do community-based CPR and AED training helped by Ministry of Education and advocacy the policy chance to improve EMS response time and resource allocations, and further research to identify and address region-specific challenge on HOCA management. Conclusion, improving OSCA outcome, Thailand require multifaceted approach. PAROS and community-based intervention are crucial steps in the right direction, and collaborations between healthcare providers, policymakers, and the public is essential. And I want to thank you, all of you here today, because you are all making survival possible in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Witt and Dr. Riorpan. And thanks to all the speakers in this session. Thanks for sharing your experiences in starting the out-of-hospital cardiac arrest registries in your countries, the challenges and directions for the future. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So we are going to change the schedule a little bit. Actually, we are going to have a small coffee break for 10 minutes. Yes, it's right outside. Yeah, it's right outside. And when we come back, we are going to have the data science session hosted by Chair Dr. Paul Middleton and Dr. Thomas Berry. Yes. Thank you. And then we are going to have lunch. Thank you.
During lunch, your homework is to find out what group you're in, because we're going to do the breakout session after lunch. There's groups already decided. There'll be a list. Just pay attention. I know if JT can do it, I know everyone else is going to be able to do it too. So if you need help, the list will be there, and I think a QR code will be provided as well.
There are a few more things, which is for all of the chairsmen and international guests. The lunch area will be that way. You just need to walk through the door, and we already organized a room with the chairs and the presenter. We're actually gonna have a lunch session. Yes. So just it. Please stand up, move around, and we have the bathroom over there and the tea break. 10 minutes, and we are back. Thank you very much. We're gonna be back at 10:40, please. Thank you. Dạ, 10 phút ạ. Sau bắt đầu là vào làm cái Q&A. I hope you guys enjoy the coffee break and the mingling. So we are going to start with the data science session, chaired by Dr. Paul Middleton and Thomas Berry, Dr. Thomas Berry. Before that, we would like to encourage all of you, the international speaker, if you want to have a certificate, it's actually work in Vietnam, you know, CME, but for you guys, it can work as a souvenir, you know. So if you want one, just go this way and sign the paper. Yeah, you will get it. Thank you.
Breakout room.
Morning, everybody, and welcome to the pre-lunch session on data science and AI. This has been moved forward. It's going to be a bit earlier in the day to give you all a chance to be still completely awake, because data science sometimes doesn't help with that. But we've got 2 really good presentations, which I think you're going to really enjoy. First of all, I'd like to introduce Dr. Liu from Singapore, who is going to tell us about their out-of-hospital cardiac arrest registry.
Good morning, everybody. So thanks very much for the organizers for inviting me to give a talk on AI, and also thanks for the Hospital 199 for hosting this exciting event. So today I'm going to briefly talk about the AI in OCA registry development, or maybe in general, so to introduce about the AI for emergency care, pre-hospital care, and generic medical research. So I did a very simple, Google search and talk about the after hospital categorized and registry, and we found out actually there were 28,000 papers. So I think there has been a lot of research on OCA, but not a lot on the use of AI or data science for OCA. So I think it is the right time now that we talk about the potential use of new technology such as artificial intelligence. So I want to brought up this important paper by Professor Brian. So he mentioned about the importance of cardiac registries. So I don't have to mention too much on how important to building a standardized and OCA registry for supporting OCA research. So this is a very simple illustration of how the registry look like using the Paris templates. But how can an OCA registry be used in the traditional approaches? So in traditional, approaches here, I use, one example by Professor Gransnoff using the German OCA registry. So the team has to build up a RACA score, which has been widely implemented and tested, within Germany and also in Europe and also in Singapore in Paris cohort. So this is one of the examples how that traditional statistical modeling approaches can be used for dealing with the OCA registry. And then we can also use, other than predicting the outcomes, we can also use registry data to support like association studies. So here are some examples. We try to look at the gender-based association of RACA categorized outcomes, and also the outcomes and modifiable characteristics and variables among the OCA patients. So those are the traditional ways that how that we can leverage OCA registry to support our research. But how about the use of artificial intelligence, right? This is something new. But I believe that most of you have heard of AI, especially after the introduction of ChatGPT 2 years ago. So in general, so AI can be useful primarily for building a prediction models. Right? So here are some examples like using machine learning tools for OCA outcome prediction that we can, in this paper, the authors use several machine learning and AI tools such as a decision tree, random forest, GBM, and also the neural networks. Here is another example, again, using neural networks and deep learning for prediction model. So these are published in Resuscitation, a good journal, have demonstrated the value of accurate prediction of the OCA outcomes using AI and machine learning tools. But if you look at the structure here, right, it's a very complex mathematical models behind and making the model kind of a black box. It's very difficult to understand, and it's very hard to explain to the clinicians and also the patients. Right, so these are the advantage and disadvantage of using AI and machine learning. So our team have done a simple trial that's using interpretable machine learning and AI tools for creating a more traditional clinical score type of prediction models, and so it can achieve a comparable performance versus black box machine learning models, but at the same time, the outcome of the model essentially is a more traditional type of clinical scores, which is much easier to understand. You can easily use it and understand it, or even debug it, right? If they say, if you understand, oh, maybe there is something wrong within the category, and you can easily find out what is the reasons for driving the wrong prediction or maybe the accurate predictions behind. So this is the methodology behind the model I mentioned just now in the previous slides. So essentially, the tool has been put into the open source. It's publicly available in GitHub. So here I want to emphasize that AI is probably in the future the core of registry data analysis, right? So not to mention about we have to keep in mind the importance of traditional statistical analysis tools. It's not always that AI can be used, but you have to be cautious about. But now I try to briefly introduce what is AI, right? AI and machine learning are not really new things, right? This trace back to 70 years ago, even at the beginning of the immersion of electronic computers. Right? So AI and machine learning, they explore the study of algorithms that can learn from data. So here the keywords is data, right? AI and machine learning are data-driven tools, right? The garbage in, garbage out. If your data is not at high quality, the models that no matter how fancy model you are using, you cannot deliver a high quality model. It all depends on the data. And the AI has been, used, in many places. Like for example, when you use a Google Scholar, when you use a Google search, actually AI is running behind. There are AI and machine learning algorithms running behind the search engines, and also, in other like medical diagnosis, search engines, stock trading, robotics. There are many applications that AI has been used in the past few years. So these are the commonly used AI and machine learning methods, right? So I don't want to go to much details, like includes artificial neural networks, deep learning, decision tree, random forest, Bayesian network, representation learning. So essentially, most of the methodologies are very complex in terms of the structure. Right, you can see it's a very complex neural network structure with a lot of parameters controlling the performance of the model and controlling the process of building a model. And so AI is essentially can be used as a very simple, replacement and be complementary to the traditional statistical analysis, right? You can use AI tools for variable selection, for building a model, whether it's a prediction model or regression model. You can use AI for unsupervised clustering. You're grouping the patients into different groups using AI tools. But there are some specific cases where AI is unique. For example, the natural language processing is, one of the widely adopted tools in, AI for clinical research and, beyond. Right? The ChatGPT is a special case of natural language processing. You can feel the power of the new ChatGPT or in general generative AI tools. Right. Also, AI has the capability of analyzing images and videos. Really, there has been a lot of researches. I think even within the EMS, emergency medical services applications, we have the real-time kind of video streaming in some of the EMS systems, and that can essentially leverage on the power of AI for video and image analysis. And more importantly, I think since we're moving from a single modality, world into a multiple data modality world, means that in the future, in the past, we probably only leverage on traditional structured OCA registry for building a model for analyzing the data. But in the future, there is a possibility of combining the use of a structured OCA registry plus video plus image plus even genomics data in the future. I'm not saying the current, application, but perhaps in the future, the AI will be really valuable when you design the next generation OCA registry. So I think I want to spend a little bit more time on talking about the challenge. So even though AI has been widely talked, there were so many publications about the AI. Even now in the OCA research space, we've seen more and more papers coming out where the AI machine learning have been used. But But the challenge is that, most of the solutions are considering the ideal healthcare setting. So they have to, in order to build a, high quality AI model, you have to ensure that your data is clean. And the assumption is that, is a very clear association between the predictors and the outcomes. So that is the ideal healthcare setting. But in reality, and then, the world is very, very messy, especially for, pre-hospital care, emergency care. They're full of uncertainties. So that in that sense, many AI models may or may not be, still be valid because of the real world challenges that we're facing. So next, I want to elaborate a little bit on, the several challenges. One such challenge is the data. As I mentioned earlier, that AI is a data-driven solution, but there are many considerations that we should put into, the data quality and many other factors, right? For example, your data can be inaccurate. So even though you have, very professional coordinators and staffs for keying in and collecting the data for your OCAI registry, but that doesn't mean that your data is always accurate. There are some problems within the data registry, or whether, you have a quality check. So after inputting the data, or probably you can leverage on technology, for example, ChatGPT or some large language model to detect some abnormal errors within your OCAI registry. Even though, this is not happening now, but I think that technology is moving very fast. I believe that our clinicians and researchers should, really pay attention to the latest developments of the technology. And then data are changing, right? So for example, the Asian is aging rapidly, and the data I collected 5 years ago will be quite different from the data collected 5 years later. And if you build a model using historical data, so the model may or may not be still valid for data in the 5 years down the road. So those are the considerations. And of course, I mean, a typical problems that I'm kind of observing is that kind of a no communication, or very minimal communication between clinicians, researchers, and data scientists. So that is very risky because in many cases our clinicians, researchers perhaps just bring the data to an analyst, to a data scientist, without talking too much about the story behind the data. So what is the motivation and hypothesis behind this analysis? And as a data scientist, I don't have to concern too much on the story behind. You just provide me the variables and the outcome. I can always create a model. I don't care too much on whether the model makes sense or not. But it is very important to have such a communication between researchers, clinicians, and the scientists. So you have to share some of the common language, where you have to have a consensus on the study design, on the hypothesis, on the way of, approach of data analysis. So you probably don't have to understand the coding part, right? You don't have to do the analysis by yourself, but it is equally important for our clinical researchers to understand the philosophy and the logic behind this AI model development. So the other problem that we always facing is black box nature of AI model. So this is a very simple kind of a layperson example, right? If I use a black box model to predict, what the animal is this, I probably just feed in many cats and dogs image, and then train a very complex deep learning machine learning model, and gives me a output of, oh, this is a cat with a probability of 0.93 without any explanations. And that is really risky because, essentially you don't really understand what is happening. And then you just, tell me the results. So why do you do that, right? So why not something else? So there's no explanations to this model. So the other example, suppose that we have a more transparent model. Let's say if we're using decision tree type of model, and then we are kind of breaking down some of the logic, right? So it has a fur, whiskers, and the claws. And then, based on these observations, I probably can have a much better understanding on the model behind, right? So those are the factors that are driving to the decision making. And of course, I mean, there are many solutions for dealing with, converting these black box models into a transparent models. That there were solutions for dealing with structured data. There are models and solutions dealing with image and videos. So there are already many technical solutions. So the gap here is really, what is the clinical needs? Right. Once we identify the needs, we will be able to find the appropriate solutions from the AI space. And then I think one of the other speakers mentioned about the bias issues, and this is really important, especially in the AI space. Actually, there are many research right within the AI space about the AI fairness and research. Right, there were papers talking about the sensitive variables like age, gender, ethnicity, income, social economic status, and there are different types of bias. Like the bias can come from the data, the bias can come from the algorithm, and also there are different methodologies for measuring the bias and fairness of AI model, and also there are solutions for mitigating the bias and making the model more fair. And the key part here is if you look at this figure, is so why we say that fairness and bias is really important, especially when you use AI, because once you implement the AI, the bias will be likely to be transferred to a human decision process, and if this human decision process further worsen the bias and increase the biases within the models, and that will lead to even biased and unfair data, and the data will be contribute to the updating of the algorithm. So you see, this is a cycle, and if you do not mitigate the bias and reduce the bias from the AI modeling perspective, and the bias will be aggregated into the clinical practice, and that leads to an even worse condition. And then there are also ethical considerations. So suppose that we have an AI black box models predict a patient has a chance of a 5% survival rate. And there were some questions, or maybe if I change the 5% to 1%, right, is this a prediction trustworthy? So is this AI accurate? Suppose that if it is a prediction is wrong, the actual survival rate is 90%, but my AI says it's a 5 or 1%. So do I still continue to treating the patient, to resuscitating the patients? Right. So what if the prediction is wrong? Right. This is a very critical question. And how does AI make decision? So comes from a black box. Nobody knows what is happening inside. This can be just a random guess, right? And within the AI space, within the medical ethics space, there were many discussions about the ethics. And there were even a Wikipedia page talks about the ethics of artificial intelligence, and this covers broadly on many topics. For example, the fairness, bias of the algorithm, decision making, accountability, privacy, regulation, among others. So the question now is that to our healthcare professional is just who will be responsible for the wrong prediction? Would that be a clinician? Would that be a paramedic? Would that be the AI developer? So I think in many of the countries at the moment, is still with the liabilities with the clinicians or who are making the decision making, not with the AI or data scientists. I think there must be some changes. So otherwise, if there's no shared liability between the users of the AI and the developers of the AI, so very unlikely that the AI can be fully implemented in the future. Right. And then I think again, there are many talk about the AI safety and governance issues since 1 or 2 years ago. Like European Union have released this AI ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI. Is if you look at the figure on the left-hand side, is multifactorial kind of contributors to the trustworthy AI and implementation. And the figure on the right-hand side, I use one practical example that's which is implemented in Duke University health systems. So they develop ABCDS algorithm. They call this algorithm-based clinical decision support oversight framework to regulate the AI model, starting from building the model to monitoring the model, evaluation of the model, to implementation and de-implementation. I think, even outside Duke, there are many efforts who are doing similar things. From Singapore, we're trying to do some customization and make it suitable and tailored for Singapore, and maybe broadly saying it's an Asian context. So the last slide that I want to emphasize is really the privacy and the regulation issues. So the privacy, I think, is not widely discussed in the past, but I think since nowadays, I think for this conference, we have leaders from the global OCA registries. It's a very good time to talk about the privacy and are there any solutions to dealing with data privacy and safety issues, right? So again, I mean, in the AI space, there are already some technical solutions. For example, federated learning is one solution for collaborating without data sharing. So you can keep your data within your own institute without sharing the data. You can still collaborate across the globe, right? So I think that's maybe next tomorrow we can have a more in-depth discussion on that topic. But in general, so I think especially when the data is become a large scale and data becomes a global scale with many stakeholders, the privacy issue is becoming prominent and significant. So with this, I try to end my talk. So it's just 22 minutes. Hopefully it's not too long, not too short, to give you a very brief introduction to AI and how AI can potentially be used. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Liu. That was a fantastic talk. We've probably got time for one question, if anybody has anything burning they'd like to ask. Well, I've got something that I wanted to ask. Sorry? Oh,
Thanks for your informative presentation. My main question is that most cardiac arrest registries don't collect a lot of detailed data on patients, either on their cardiac arrest or the comorbidity information. Can you give us an example of how AI for cardiac arrest registries would be useful as compared to more traditional methods? Because the number of variables are quite limited in out-of-hospital cardiac arrest, and they're not numerical like pH and lactate. So the studies that have been done with AI haven't really offered greater insights, in my opinion, than traditional logistic regression analyses. So I'm just trying to understand what the role of AI is in terms of either identifying or analyzing cases of cardiac arrest. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think it is a very important and great question. So I try to, answer a little bit. So AI potentially has, maybe I come from this angle. So in traditional statistical analysis, when your registry becoming larger and larger, means that your sample size becomes very large. And when your sample size becomes large, then essentially traditional statistical analysis always gives you a small p-value. And that leads to, the observation of, how come many variables become statistically significant? But yet, this may or may not be true. So in machine learning, there is one specific area called variable importance analysis, or maybe variable selection, you can name it. So there are specific methodologies to identify the most significant variables who probably have, small p-value, but yet is still considered as a non-significant. Yeah, absolutely. So I think maybe we can take this offline for further discussion.
I think we will if we can. We've got a bit of time pressure this morning, so if you don't mind, thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd like now to introduce Dr. Choi from Seoul National University Bundang Hospital, who's going to tell us about AI again in out-of-hospital cardiac arrest registries.
Thank you for introducing me. I'm Young Choi from South Korea. I'm working as assistant professor in Seoul National University Bundang Hospital. So there is nothing to declare. Today, I will talk about two main topics. First is the large language model-based EMS surveillance model, and the second is the concept and technical requirements for the implementation of the large language model surveillance program. So for those who downloaded the slide before, I updated slide today since there was new model in ChatGPT 5 days ago, so I updated to include the newest model in my presentation. And I also write the slide notes so you can read my notes. First one is the large language model based EMS surveillance model. And previously and currently data is collected through registry that requires someone to enter the data. Medical records are routinely produced in hospitals and coordinators fill out the registry. Information is in the record, but it is difficult to extract using traditional method. And recent advances in large language model have made it easier to extract information. So we used various techniques such as rule-based model or conditional random field or convolutional neural networks, etc. in previous effort to extract medical information from medical record. But there was advances in large language model recently. They could predict something with a few examples. We call it few shot running, or without example, we call it zero shot running. And we could fine-tune the model for our database or preferred outcome, and we could change the prompt to flexible extraction. So ChatGPT emerged 2 years ago, and we could use prompt. It is instruction for large language model and could be engineered, and we could use the instruction and previous question or answer or the patient's medical record, and then the ChatGPT reads the instruction, then complete the outcome. CPC can be very difficult to extract using traditional natural language processing method because it includes tasks of discourse analysis or inference, which is the most difficult task for NLP. We conducted a pilot test focused on evaluating extraction of the CPC. This test involves discharge records from 2 hospitals covering 61 patients who survived to discharge. The data has 4 categories: CPC1, 12 of CPC1 patient, 11 CPC2 patient, 13 CPC3 patient, and 25 CPC4 patient. We used OpenRouter to compare the performance of various models, including Cloud or OpenAI or Meta, Mistral. And open source model like Llama are free with private GPUs, but for simplicity, we used the OpenRouter API to compare LLMs of different models. And we could further train or fine-tune local model using our data, but we used the base model for the test for the discovering the potential of LLM models. We used 2 instructions. The English translated version is on the left, and in the actual study, the Korean instruction was entered directly into the model's prompt. This is from our registry's instruction book. So we copied the instruction and we provide the model the instruction row instruction to the model. So this is the second version of prompt, which differs only in output style, was also used for comparison. This is the first result for the categorization of multi-class outcome with CPC 1 through 4. The most recent the model used or the better the classification. GPT-01 shows about 0.7 accuracy among the model, which was highest in the models. There was some cases of hallucination or unrelated answer to the question in the local model with raw parameter. So we categorize them as unknown answer rate. This is some of the confusion matrix power model used. Sometimes it fits well, sometimes it confuses the neighboring classes. And this is the for local model. Oh, okay. This is the newest model released 5 days ago, the GPT-01. It shows decent score with confusion matrix, and there is some confusion around the CPC 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, but it shows tendency to divide them well. There were some minor points. Mixture 8B instruct model has high proportion of undetermined category, and it tends to preface the answer with explanation or comment. So it is hard to find the real CPC in the answer. And the local model includes the base model, which is pre-trained only, and the instructor model, which is trained to follow the instruct or answer the question, including additional legal or medical issues. The base model showed some serious hallucination and did not produce results well. This is a single example of answer in the hallucination, so it's very difficult to understand. So we excluded the base model from the test. And for good or poor neurological outcome, which divide the CPC 1 or 2 to good neurological outcome and 3 or 4 to poor neurological outcome, the binary classification shows better result. Accuracy nearly 0.9 on GPT-01 shows the most accurate answer, about 0.92 or 0.93 accuracy. And the average token usage is shown here. The output token is also shown here. I will discuss later about this, but the token usage for non-English language has been improved recently. And in GPT-01, they presented this very short answer. It applies with the CPC 1 or 2, but the model implement the chain of thought in their model. So they reply with short answer, but inside them, they use some monologue in their model. So they charge me the monologue for the cost. So their use token seems very much compared with other model. And for the cost, of course, the local model doesn't have any additional cost except electricity once you get a GPU, but we've estimated the API cost for convenience. In the total cost, we show the cost of classifying our 122 records, and at the end, we show the estimated cost to estimate the CPC for 1,000 record. The newest model cost very expensive, but other recent model shows decent value for the evaluating CPC. So whether a human or LLM is performing medical record review, there are certain elements that are necessary. You need to find records in the medical records that are relevant to the variable. You need to practice categorizing the variable in different situations, and you need to feedback through quality control. Human can look for relevant documents in the EMR and review medical records with training. With recent technological advance, it is now possible to follow the aforementioned elements through the LLM. The parameter efficient fine-tuning method exists to train local model, and QLoRa is one of such methods. The retriever augmented generation technique is used to find the required documents. If the context limit is not large enough, it is not possible to enter all of the episodes the patient in the older ones, so you have to select some of them. The recent local model have large parameters, about 70 billion parameters. So with low capacity GPU, it is hard to use or train the model locally. Fine-tuning the entire model from scratch is time-consuming and very expensive. So you can use low-rank adaptation to optimize training with metrics in only a few layers. and quantization, which reduced the resolution of parameter while maintaining the performance of the model, could be helpful. QLoRa techniques combines two elements and it reduced the parameter to train about 0.1% or 1% of total parameters. This is another pilot study involving trauma registry. It was conducted with single hospital data, which was designed to predict mechanism of injury with medical record, which was initial note from physician. And we collected about 36,000 data, and we used Llama 2 model. It published now, but when I was making this slide, it was not published yet, so it marked as unpublished data. We used Llama 2 model, and we used QLoRa technique, aforementioned technique, and we fine-tuned the data with providing the prompt and the input the medical note, and the LLM model shows the result. It takes about 7 hours to process this 32,000 record, and it shows overall accuracy of 90%. And with larger parameter model, it shows more accuracy in the models. Retrieval augmented generation is a technique to overcome the token limit. Since it is time consuming and expensive to include the entire medical document, it is important to ensure only the appropriate medical records for each variable is utilized as input. So there is data element and model element. Data element includes question, answer, knowledge base, and passage. A question is a question that is difficult for a language model to answer without external knowledge, and an answer is an answer that cannot be guaranteed to exist in passage. And the knowledge base is the external knowledge base that typically consists of hundreds of millions of documents, such as the entire Wikipedia or entire news database. The patient's medical record is also a kind of knowledge base. It is although it is very small. A passage is the document that related to the question selected from the knowledge base. The model requires 3 models: retriever, reader, and generator. A retriever is model for finding passage in the knowledge base that are relevant to the question. And reader is a model for finding spans in a passage that could be candidate for an answer. And generator is model that takes the passage and question as an input and generate the answer for us. So this illustration shows the overall schematic. You have to convert the original medical record as a vectorized database using the encoder structure first. Using the encoder structure to vectorize the data, and you process the question with same encoder model, and you get the question vector. And you could find the closest passage from the database using methods such as cosine similarity, and put the prompt with the passage into the model, and let the LLM model give the required answer. Next session is to introduce the concept and technical requirements for the implementation of the LLM-based surveillance program in Korea. So this is the concept of hybrid model for data collection. With electrical medical health system, we can extract some of the information from administrative records, such as age or gender or emergency department result. And with previously shown NLP technology, we could extract variables such as witnessed or not, or initial rhythm, or CAG, or etc. Of course, the information extracted using the NLP might be wrong or uncertain. So complementary medical record review will secondarily validate the variable and investigate some of the variables that cannot be extracted using NLP. So the hybrid data collecting system has some benefits. It is easy to introduce new surveillance item or variable. You have to just the train or instruct the model with new instruction. Like it is possible to investigate seasonal injury or possible to support investigate major accidents and other ministry data. And it could be possible to real-time data collection with automatic extraction immediately after the update. And it could used as produce data supporting weekly or monthly data. So there is some issue about implement the LLM system. First, the format and completeness of patients medical record vary across hospitals, and development of NLP is mainly focused on English. Challenge related to transmitting medical records outside of hospitals and resource consumption when using the LLM. So the patient's medical records can vary in format and completeness. So NLP cannot extract information that does not exist in the medical record. So there is need for policy intervention to encourage the completeness of the medical record. And there is some terminology difference among hospitals, such as cardiothoracic surgeon or ECMO. So it could have some dictionaries about that. So in terms of standardization of terminology, in Korea, the Ministry of Health and Welfare is currently producing some project to standardization of the medical information and the exchange system. And there is challenge to transmitting medical records outside of hospitals and risk of information leakage by transmitting medical record information. So if you use some API, then there is burden of information transmission outside your hospital or your country. So local language model could be utilized to reduce the risk. There is some specific problem to non-English record. There is low token efficiency and usually takes 2 or 3 times token than English when you use the LLM model with non-English language. And you could add vocabulary to existing model, but you need to additional pre-training the model. So this is an example. All 3 sentences have the same meaning, but in GPT 3.5, the token requirements for this sentence was 43 token in Korea and 49 token for Japanese. In contrast, the English has the most character in their sentence, but it takes only 23 token for the meaning. It shows same token inefficiency in Llama 2. Recently, the number of languages being trained in a multilingual model has increased, so token efficiency also increased. In this example, which is from the Llama 3, which released in April this year, the token usage for Korean and Japanese has decreased similar level of English in these sentences. So although Llama 2 has been publicly available, it was not primarily trained in Korea. In Llama 2, 92.6% of training data was English and only 0.06% was Korean data. While the Llama 3 released, they didn't publish the exact proportion of languages, but they say they included 30 additional languages, which include Spanish, Portuguese, or Dutch or Thai in their model, and which is likely one of the reasons for the improved performance in the example I showed earlier. And there is some fact that medical records include some abbreviation and special characters that the language model might not be seen in their pre-trained data. So it could be some challenges. This is last slide of my presentation. And I estimated the resource consumption for Korean OHCA registry. Our population is about 50 million. And approximately 30,000 cases OHCA occurred annually. about 9% of patients survive to discharge. If we input about 2,000 tokens per variable, like CPC, it would take around 21 days to process all of survived patients in Korea, which utilized A100 GPU, which cost about $10,000 and with using Llama 2 70 billion model. So this is end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Can I just add my thanks to Dr. Choi for presenting a highly complex topic in a reasonably short time frame, but in time for us to allow some questions. As we say that.
But thank you anyway. I was just wondering, have you done any comparisons with having a clinical person like a research nurse scoring CPC scores compared to the one of your models?
It is collected by sending medical record review to hospital, which was previously collected, and I personally reviewed the CPC with the discharge notes, and this might be the golden answer, and I think it shows no confusion in the previous collected data, so we could think it is as gold standard data. So I didn't compare to other people.
So you're saying that it was different, that the machine came up with different answers?
Machine has of different answers.
So, yeah. And I think and if you use the same human and not multiple humans, you get even more consistency.
Oh, okay, we didn't test it that.
Another really good presentation. I was really struck with your 61 patients that you had survived to discharge, that 41% of them had a CPC score of 4 with the AI extraction. Just confirming, 41% were brain dead who survived to discharge in the AI model extraction?
This is convenience sampling data. In Korea, there tends not to terminate of the resuscitation in hospital, in field. So a lot of people survive with CPC4 in Korea.
Right. So how much did that affect the accuracy of the model? Because brain death is probably easier to verify.
Brain death is CPC5, so they are excluded from the beginning. They are vegetative.
I'm sorry, vegetative state,
Okay.
CPC4. Wouldn't that be more easier to be accurate in an AI model because 2 out of 5 patients were vegetative?
Maybe it is more easier for the model because they have clues like they intubated or tracheostomy or they have clues. So I think it might be easier to distinguish CPC4 for the model, like human.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. My question was around, you alluded to this a little bit about data being served back, patient data being served back to the OpenAI server. Could you talk about how you handle that challenge with your CPC extraction and LLM development?
In websites, they delete the previously data, delete in 30 days. If they save the data for quality control and they delete it. So there might be no leakage risk. But in this small pilot study, that could not be problem, I think. But there is always possible of the OpenAI collect the data with data understanding.
Okay, thanks everybody. I think there's a lot of questions that could be asked, and I think it goes towards the idea that AI is an immensely seductive possibility for EMS emergency services for data generally in health. However, there's lots of possibilities of making a misstep, and one of the biggest missteps is using these shiny models to for something that they're not actually designed for. And I think all the emphasis on training is really important, because if you use an untrained model on health data, you'll get rubbish, like you get rubbish if you apply it to any other specialty area. Anyway, I'm certainly feeling the pressure about time at the moment. Professor McNally, thank you. So we'll call it a halt there. Thanks, everybody.
We have some changes again. We're not going to eat over there. We are going to eat in a better place. Okay, promise. So we just need to walk the stairs. We're gonna eat on the first floor of this building, so you don't have to move building. No rain gonna touch you. Okay. And right now I would like everyone to stand up and walk on stage so we can take a group picture, please. Thank you. That too. Yes. And I would just like to say that it's gonna be safe to keep your belongings, your bags and everything. Here, we're gonna lock the door. Yes. Please assemble, please. Yes, we are going to have one line over here. Yeah, and one line on stage. Here. You should be there. You should be there. Right. Yes, you see. Over there, we still have some spot. Bác sĩ Tả, sang bên kia đi ạ. Sang bên kia. Chị định sang bên kia luôn. The Korean representative, we cannot see you. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Large language models in our hospital, and we can only use it after
All of the international speakers, guests, please follow me, okay? I'm very, very short, so please follow me.
4, 5, and 6 are going to be here. 7, 8, 9 are going to be out there. And then when you get together, we'll probably consolidate because the list is evolving. So the list is going to scroll here. Now, if you can read this, you don't need to go see the ophthalmologist. Now you can see it. So we're going to give you 90 seconds. Jan, you have 120. Okay. Yeah. Can I just have one? Remember, if you're in 1, 2, or 3, go outside, sit down, and then we'll break up into 2 groups. 4, 5, 6, stay here. 7, 8, 9, outside.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Let me just give you a quick instructions before we break up into the groups. Okay, so the topic for this afternoon's discussion is about how do we basically sustain data collection for out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. Okay, and of course that's related to funding, right? So what we want to do is we want to actually have a good mix, hopefully, of people from different countries in the discussion group, and for you to share your own experiences, how you started data collection in your local setting, right? What were the challenges? And more important is, how did you manage to sustain your data collection? If you haven't started yet, then I think this would be a very good chance for you to learn from the experience of others and maybe share your ideas about, you know, how you want to move forward and get feedback. Okay, so that is the gist of it. So the question is, discuss in your groups how you intend to or you have been able to fund or support out-of-hospital cardiac arrest data collection and your plan for sustainability. Okay. Now, as Brian has mentioned, group 1, 2, and 3 will be on your right. There are some chairs. And if the group is very small, you're welcome to combine groups together. So the group leaders give you full discretion, right? And then groups 4 to 6 will be here, right? 7 to 10 will be outside on the right, on my right, your left, okay? Now, if there are local Vietnamese participants mixed together in your group, my suggestion is don't be worried, because usually they can understand what we say in English, but let them speak in Vietnamese. Okay, and so if you want to discuss in your groups, I encourage all our Vietnamese participants, please speak up, don't be shy. Okay, and you can talk in Vietnamese. And then what we'll do is at the end of the session, maybe just one person in the group summarize the discussion in Vietnamese for those who didn't understand, who were not, you know, who only understand English. Okay, yeah, so please feel free to discuss, you know, and even if you are speaking in Vietnamese, no problem, just speak. And then appoint one person to summarize the discussion at the end of it. And when we come back to the group, we will have one representative per group to share the main findings. Okay. And you have, so now I have on my clock, it's 1:18. So we'll give you half an hour. Okay, half an hour. So come back into the room at 1:50. Okay. Yeah, 30 minutes. Okay. And yeah, then we will gather back. Each group will actually share your discussion. And then what we'll do is we'll have a quick panel kind of discussion where you can throw a question to the experts. And my co-chairs for the session are Dr. Doug Coopers and Dr. Mike Levy. So they'll be on the panel with me, and Brian McNally. And yeah, we can have a free and easy QA at the end of this. Okay. Guys, you want to add anything? Okay.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, so yeah, please break up. Group 1 to 3, 6, 7, 8 here. No, I'm sorry, 1 to 3, 4 to 6, and then 7 to 10 outside. Yep. Yeah, there we go.
What we thought. We should have said, well, count to 10, go out there, count to 10, go over here.
Chị Lan ơi, hộ điều dưỡng kìa, vào lên nhé.
Okay. So my idea would be a couple people sit here, a couple people sit here and talk to each other.
I can answer all of your questions that you have about Vietnam or about my hospital in general.
How big's your hospital?
This one?
How many beds?
We have 400. Yeah.
How many patients per bed? Oh.
That's the question that someone staying in Vietnam for a while would ask.
Well, he would ask it anyway. He'd ask it anyway.
That's everybody here. Anh chị ơi, lên trên này đi.
Sure. Yes. But I think everybody,
Yeah.
okay, fine. Now what's outside out?
You are. You are.
Em mới qua bên này ngồi cũng được mà. Qua bên này, qua bên đây. So, we're supposed to.
Và buổi hội thảo ngày hôm nay thì chúng ta sẽ nói về việc là làm thế nào để bắt đầu này, để bắt đầu để xin quỹ và để duy trì cái hệ thống thu thập dữ liệu ngừng tim ngoài viện. Thì bác còn chia sẻ là đầu tiên á thì là bác nghĩ là cái việc này là một cái việc rất là nên cần làm, và sau đó thì bác đã hình thành nên một cái tổ chức, và từ đó thì khi mà đã có tổ chức, đã có nhân sự, đã có quy trình làm việc thì bác mới xin gây quỹ từ bệnh viện địa phương, sau đó thì bác gây quỹ ở chính quyền. Thank you for nodding even though you don't understand anything. Thank you. Okay, I'm happy to take any questions.
Perfect.
So Dr. Phú, that's a really but so you said that you on the other extreme, like you are the one who keep control of all of the data in your hospital, meaning that not only ICU but any and all of the other disciplines too, correct? I see. Về bác Paul đến từ Mỹ thì là bác có chia sẻ là khác biệt với cả cô Evit thì là bác là người phụ trách của một cái có nghĩa là thông tin dữ liệu từ đầu đến của một bệnh viện, và bác sẽ nắm giữ được cái thông tin từ đầu đến cuối luôn, có nghĩa là từ lúc mà bệnh nhân vào viện này, bệnh nhân chuyển đến khoa nào, bệnh nhân có bất cứ một cái xét nghiệm gì này, cho đến khi mà bệnh nhân được xuất viện và thuốc họ sử dụng, thì là bác sẽ nắm giữ hết tất cả những cái dữ liệu đấy luôn. Và từ đấy thì họ sẽ trích xuất những cái dữ liệu mà nó liên quan, ví dụ như là họ muốn nghiên cứu về ngừng tim ngoại viện thì họ sẽ trích xuất những cái ngừng tim ngoại viện, hoặc là như vậy. Còn khác biệt với cả cô Invit là cô không có, xong rồi cô phải hình thành ra một cái tổ chức, rồi từ đấy cô xin quỹ. Yeah. Tiếp theo thì là một câu chuyện đến từ cô Janet ở tại Úc. Thì cô Janet có kể là vào năm 1996, có nghĩa là cách đây 28 năm trước, thì có một người, cô có nói tên nhưng em quên mất rồi, đại loại là một cái bác sĩ, thì có một cái tên gọi cho tiếng Anh cho cái người đấy, đấy là local champion, có nghĩa là một cái người mà ở tại cái địa phương đấy, mà là một cái người có một cái sáng kiến cũng như là có một trái tim, mà nó rất là một người rất là nhiệt huyết, giống như là cô Invit đó. Thì là thì sau khi mà họ phát hiện ra là phải có thu thập dữ liệu thì mới cải tiến được, họ đã bắt đầu thu thập dữ liệu, sau đó thì họ làm cho cái quy trình nó trở nên hoàn thiện và tinh gọn nhất, rồi họ đi chuyển giao. Và sau khi mà họ đi chuyển giao như thế thì đến cái lúc mà những cái bệnh viện lớn họ nhìn thấy kết quả thì họ có thu thập lại và họ làm báo cáo, sau đó thì chính quyền của Úc, họ đã nhận thấy được cái kết quả ấy, thì họ đã sau đó thì họ đã quyết định là sẽ đầu tư và sẽ tạo thành một cái quỹ để cho cái công cuộc mà thu thập dữ liệu này được tiếp tục. Đó, có nghĩa là bắt đầu từ một cái người rất là nhỏ, một con người thôi, nhưng mà họ nhân bản cái sự nhiệt huyết của họ lên, thì đến thời điểm hiện tại là không những là ở Australia mà còn có ở New Zealand, họ ở gần nhau ấy, nên là họ thành một cái hiệp hội thu thập dữ liệu ngừng tim ngoại viện luôn. Đó, thì đấy là câu chuyện của cô Janet. Thì cô bảo là, và cô cũng nhấn mạnh là nói chung là không cần phải đao to búa lớn gì lắm từ ngay đầu tiên, mà hãy bắt đầu từ những cái hành động nhỏ nhất. Nói chung là mình làm tốt này thì và mình có thể thể hiện kết quả của mình, thì tất cả những người phía sau họ sẽ muốn tham gia thôi. À, có ai? Anh chị sao ạ? Anh chị có câu chuyện nào đó liên quan đến thu thập dữ liệu, có thể là nó không liên quan trực tiếp cũng được, hoặc là bất cứ một cái sáng kiến gì đấy mà của anh chị làm trong quá trình anh chị làm việc ở bệnh viện ấy. Anh chia sẻ nhá. Làm về cái nói về actually, you know, they're a bit shy, but because their colleagues and I'm here them for, so I can share about more stories. About 2 years ago, actually about 1 year and a half ago, we realized that Da Nang is a very good place for sports event to happen. For example, Ironman has been choosing Da Nang for the third year in a row, and other than Ironman, there's a lot of other like marathon, ultra marathon, free diving, etc. hosted in Da Nang, and those sports are very like kind of like a lot of risk involved, especially if you are doing it under the heat. And so our hospital, on top of that, there's all the events that is non-sport related. For example, like big gathering for some conferences, not doctor conferences, but other conferences. Doctor we don't need, but other conferences. For example, like hospitality, etc. So my hospital see a gap in the market or the need in general. Don't want to make it more money, but like we see a gap that they need to have some medical warranty for event, and we started to offer that, and that was 1 year and a half ago. And he all of them part of the team, including myself, and we would have our ambulance. We have the AED and everything that you would imagine in an ambulance, and we would drive there and we would take care of it. Anything that will happen. So I think that is also one of our hospital stories. That means we always try to look for opportunity and trying to find a gap in a market that is lacking, and we will provide that. Oh yeah. So I think that at first it was not profit at all, because, because we have a lot of nurses, a lot of doctors. We have to invest the ambulance with like a fully equipped ambulance, and also like the day work of everyone. But after a while, we started to appear on local newspaper. So I think also one tip is like get the newspaper and the media people, you know. So we started to appear on local media, we started to appear on international media, and it's easier to convince the hospital leader and also the partners, you know. Yeah. We um
So they told me that we always bring like a form with everything that we have in that ambulance. And every time that we would do something, we would give it a tick, and then the matrix will depend on what kind of that a two, the field, whatever. Then we would tick and we would put a number on the. So we do have a form. That yeah, so I have to put that in a paper that it's not like it's not electro, but we do through it. No, no, no. I mean like the for the ambulance for that thing that like yeah. And for example, if the patient gets admitted in my hospital, then of course they will have their own limit. That was going to be my next. But I have a follow-up question. You know how many patients are treated in the program? Have you counted how many times? Yeah, they don't, they don't, we don't have it. But we should have, to be honest. Yeah, we wish you could in the future to show your government this is how many patients what we. It's very simple. Want to something with them. Keep it really simple. They said that they don't have a number for right now, but they would look up their file again. They know. They know. It's in the files. So they would be Alright, so you are from you are working in China.
Bác này là bác sĩ đến từ Hồng Kông nhưng mà hiện tại thì là đang làm việc ở Trung Quốc. Và bác có nói là có nghĩa là cái cấp cứu ý, thì nó thay vì việc là nhìn nó như là một cái đơn vị mà đứng riêng lẻ thì mình sẽ cho cái cấp cứu đấy vào trong cái bức tranh toàn thể của cái việc chăm sóc sức khỏe. Đó thì cái việc mà cấp cứu ở đấy thì nó sẽ liên quan đến những cái chuyên ngành, có nghĩa là sau khi mà bệnh nhân đã được cấp cứu xong thì họ phục hồi như thế nào, rồi cái quá trình mà họ tái hòa nhập cộng đồng như thế nào, thì bác sẽ kiểu như là vẽ ra một cái câu chuyện mà để nó kết nối cái việc cấp cứu bệnh nhân với tất cả những cái chuyên ngành khác còn lại trong ngành y, và từ đấy thì họ sẽ dễ để gọi và gây quỹ từ thiện gây quỹ tài trợ hơn. Cơ bản là như vậy. Very nice. Yes. And another thing that you said about like the company, they would have to, they would, if they make a donation and it's measurable, they can prove like how much their donation affects how many lives, right? Thank you. I think the question is that mandate or not, or it's just like it's not compulsory, right? But it's advisable. Okay. Bác có kể là ở Trung Quốc ấy, thì nó có một cái chính sách, có nghĩa là tất cả những cái công ty nào mà là thuộc chính phủ, có nghĩa là công ty công lập ấy ạ, thì phải có một cái trách nhiệm đấy là đóng hay là tặng một cái quỹ cho một cái đơn vị y tế nào đấy mà có thể đo lường được về cái hiệu quả. Đó thì cái này là, và nếu mà họ làm nhiều ấy và họ làm tốt thì cái quỹ phiếu của họ ấy, quỹ cổ phiếu của họ nó sẽ tăng lên. Đó thế nên là nó cũng như là kiểu như là một cái mối quan hệ cộng sinh giữa công ty và bên cơ sở y tế. Việt Nam mình có cái luật này không ta? Không có đúng không? Có có phải có một cái phần trong cái phần có thể họ đóng không phải là dành cho cộng đồng Việt Nam. He misunderstood a little bit, and I was just wondering. I just asked them because I'm not sure if Vietnam also have the same law, because it sounds like a very good law. Yeah, to have a government-owned company to, like compulsory to contribute part they have.
I will, I work with them a lot. So, just looking at them, I know what you want.
Cô có hỏi là cô có chia sẻ cái câu chuyện của cô rồi, nhưng mà cô cũng rất là tò mò là không hiểu là kiểu ví dụ ở bối cảnh Việt Nam ấy, mà nếu mà muốn có một cái gì nó xảy ra mà nó tốt, nhưng mà nó chưa từng có tiền lệ trước đây thì mọi người sẽ làm cái gì? Mọi người sẽ kiểu như là có một cái người mà rất là đam mê, rất là nhiệt huyết và nhìn thấy cái tiềm năng, cái tầm nhìn, sau đó thì sẽ đi xung quanh và động viên mọi người cùng làm anh ấy, hay là như thế nào? Trong cái phạm vi ở đây, à, nói về cái, so you are talking about the funding in the funding setting, right? Or no, I'd like to know how we can change things. Is it money? Có. Không, nghĩa là để tạo ra hành động thôi, chứ không, vì câu hỏi là nếu mà muốn tạo ra một cái hành động, một cái điều tốt mà trước đây họ chưa có tiền lệ thì chuyện gì thì chúng ta sẽ cần làm cái gì trước. Ví dụ như là chúng ta phải đi gọi quỹ này, hay là chúng ta phải làm cái gì theo kinh nghiệm của mọi người ở Việt Nam. Ví dụ như là câu chuyện của bác thì là khi là năm thứ hai bác làm bác sĩ cấp cứu ở khoa cấp cứu của bác ở Mỹ, thì bác có gặp một cái bệnh nhân là một người mà rất là trẻ tuổi, quốc tịch, có nghĩa là bác, cái người đấy là người Đức, một anh người Đức, 35 tuổi, khỏe mạnh, không có vấn đề gì cả, nhưng mà bị ngừng tim tại ngoài bệnh viện. Và cái vị trí mà xảy ra cái sự kiện đó là cách bệnh viện có 2 cây, tầm 4 cây thôi, 4 cây số á, nhưng mà trong vòng 15 phút không có ai hỗ trợ anh ấy cả, xong anh ấy bị chết, anh bị mất. Thì sau khi mà cái chuyện đấy xảy ra thì bác đã cảm thấy rất là kiểu như là phải có cái gì đấy thay đổi ý. Đó. um, so actually in Vietnam, I think I'm very curious if that's the same things in China, if that's the same thing in China. So in Vietnam, as you can see in Vietnam, it always gonna start with a local champion, but the local champion has to be the person in control, like the person in the leader role. Yeah, yes. Like for example, my hospital. My hospital is a hospital. We are a government hospital. We belong to the Ministry of Public Security. And in Vietnam, there are only 3 hospitals belong to the Ministry of Public Security, one in the north, one in the middle, and one in the south. We are the one, we are the hospital that is the youngest. We are only 22 years old, 25 years old. But fortunately for us, we have a very, very forward thinking, long vision leader.
who is Dr. Chung from this morning, and he is the one who like very very old and minded, and I think Dr. Brian and he probably like best friend now, to be honest. And because the moment that they met, just like never stop, you know, they talk like all the time, and uh, and that is the reason why among all of the hospital in Da Nang, my hospital get to host this event, even though we belong to the government, etc. But it has to start with a local champion in the leadership role. Yeah, especially in this case, hospital director. Yeah, and yeah. So okay, no, I'm just saying that in this setting, in this hospital, but a perspective, it doesn't have to be the rule. Yeah, it doesn't have to be the rule. Yeah. Huh? Yes. Yeah. Try get at least in Asia, culture. Down. Also, you have a very low group. I think it's very important. It's like pregnant. That's well. I think it's run really big because in our culture somehow okay, as an example, you can look at it. You all know who he is, right? Ho Chi Minh president. He has the same like almost a century ago, but we still look at him, even though he's a human being, but we do look at him as God, right? So I'm just saying that in Vietnam at least, because I would love to hear more from other Asia brother countries, but in Vietnam at least, we somehow we kind of like alliance, you know, like our leader. And so if the leaders say yes, it's gonna make everything else easier. And and also in Vietnam, I have to say that sometimes the education quality of the population is not as equal as other places, for example, Australia or Norwegian. So a lot of the time they follow the people that they like or they believe or they admire. Yeah. And so if you yeah. So you know, like for example, you look at your politician as the people who supposed to work hard for the people, right? Yeah, but at least you do feel like that in a way. But in Vietnam, it's a little bit different. We see them as our leader, I would say. So if we're lucky, we have a leader that can open up his mind, and but that only a one part. The other is he has to take action, like my hospital director. I don't want to say like make you guys feel like I really think of him as a superhuman. He a lot of people think like that. But I just say that because it's the truth in my hospital until now. Yeah. That one. Bạn muốn làm, các bạn sẽ làm, các bạn thích làm. Dạ vâng. Các nước phát triển tôi cảm thấy các bạn sẽ học tôi mà các sự hỏi
Đấy và bắt đầu bằng cách yeah.
It's okay. He for now, everything that he just did, it just like summarized, and now he started to get into his water. That's the way Vietnamese for this. Yeah.
Thì bắt đầu bằng đọc và giải thực hiện tại hỗ trợ và làm rất đơn giản là các đi các bạn phải phải đúng thỉnh thoảng nhưng dạy tiền học cả quốc học cả chịu thỉnh thoảng làm lớp free là viên quen thấy là
Dạ vâng. So from his perspective, he's a doctor and he works for a private, as he said, a very small private hospital clinic in Hanoi. And what they would do is they are going to organize first aid or CPR lessons in a small group. They do charge for it. For example, 8 hours for 1 million, equivalent to about $40 US. Sometimes they would organize a free class for relatives or people who related to the clinic. Yeah, so he believed that we can also start small in the community that you are highly related to, so they would trust you more to join your classes.
là có hiện tại để các em phải làm đó và các bạn quyết định phải nói các bạn làm rất là nhiều cho khám linh tiền sau cái ban ngành khám làm ra bài kiểm và gặp ban ngành khám hoặc là các
or sometimes we do charity or almost charity training. Or sometimes he does some favor for all the people that he doesn't charge, so that he can have the relationship. So basically, he describing a local champion. Yeah.
Okay, are we done? The group 4 to 6. Okay. Yeah. No, not done. You want to continue? Can take.
Anh là nếu mà nước tại thì anh là local champion ở đây.
Okay, welcome back everybody. Just invite you to settle down. Okay, so I hope you had some good discussions and that you had good participation also, both from the local as well as the international participants. And what we'll do now is we will ask for one representative from each group to summarize the discussion in your group. Okay, so we'll start with groups 1 to 3. I think you combine all together, right? So representative from group 1 to 3. I think, yep. Okay, there we go. Thanks. Yeah.
We had some communication problems at the start, but that was resolved pretty quickly. The major issue, I guess, with the people in our group who were all from this hospital, mainly from the ICU, was that they only received 2 patients a year. So very low incidence in this particular hospital, and 70% of them self-present as opposed to coming by ambulance. So the connection with the ambulance service is kind of non-existent in terms of them providing data to the hospital. That was our understanding. And we talked about having a champion, someone to drive data collection so that you can then show government and show the community that bystanders, the importance of bystander CPR and things like that. There's no sort of feedback between the EMS and the hospital either about the patient's outcomes, and the team were unaware of exactly what data they should be collecting. So I guess what we might need to do is have the Utstein template translated into other languages so that particularly that low resource setting data set, so that they can, more widely. So that was what we got out of it. And I'd like to thank, I can't even see them, they're over here somewhere, the people from the 911 hospital who contributed to our conversation, because it was very interesting. Thank you.
Thanks, Janet. Okay, shall we have group 4 to 6? Bob.
Thank you very much. We had a nice conversation that was probably broad and didn't get into the details as much as we talked about overarching themes as to where to start, starting from an individual patient, or the group from Da Nang talked about preparing for responding to triathlons, to large funding for Norway, Australia, funding through Tencent to run a program in China. So we talked about the broad brush of how to get funded and how to get moving and where to start. And I think everybody was interested, and we had some good dialogue. I don't know that we came up with the right answer. We talked about the primacy of leadership and moving things forward and making things easier to get things done, versus requiring the passion of individuals to get things started and to be advocates. So I think that's pretty close. Yeah. So we had a good conversation and we started. We didn't finish by any stretch of the imagination. Is that right?
That's great. Thanks, Bob. Thank you. Okay, then we have group 7 and 8. Yeah, the one that was in the corner down here. Yeah, Jim.
Yeah, we had a very rich discussion. I'm very grateful to all the people that were around the table and giving us the information. We delved pretty deeply into some of the issues. We had people from the China registry, from Vietnam, and primarily from the 3 major cities in Vietnam, and from Japan and South Korea. And it was amazing how different all the systems are, and where we are in that process. Rather than go into sort of details about all those, because they've explained a lot already in their talks, but it seemed like there were 3 basic models. One was with the basic registry in China. It's been funded through grants, initially from the national government and from the provincial governments. That ran out. And that's about to run out in about a year's time, I think, from the provincial governments. And so they're going to be at a transition phase and trying to work out how to sort of move forward from there. But there's strong support, and I think they're going in the right direction. It seems that there will be ongoing funding. It seems like it's becoming something that's expected in China. That's my impression, anyways. I hope that's correct. From the Vietnam perspective, it pretty much seems like it relies on heroes who are really committed to making this work. And although it is part of one individual's job, who spoke here to, I'm afraid I can't pronounce the name, so I'm sorry. but he's the champion, and he goes around to make sure that the hospitals are involved and the EMS services involved. Surprising thing, in Vietnam, there's 69. Try to see if I get this right. 69 provinces, only 22 even have EMS systems, and so there's a lot of concern and a lot of work that needs to be done. But certainly the heart is there to be able to do it. And in Japan and South Korea, they're very similar. It's basically a mandate. The fire departments will collect the information. They send it to the CDC. They said, yes, that's same as in North America. Is that right? CDC, anyways, government agency that less political. Okay. Anyway, so they take that information from the fire services and then take each case and basically go to the hospitals to collect the hospital outcomes and whatever else they need to do from there. And so there's no actual funding. It's more a mandate. This is the job. This is what you're required to do. And it carries on and they collect wonderful data. So those were the three basic, very different models. And we didn't have any voting or come to any consensus about what's the best model. And it may not be, there might not be a best model. But everybody's working very hard to do it. One of the things that we did uncover towards the end was that from the concept of where do we start, like what is the culture in those countries to actually call EMS for a cardiac arrest is quite different. And so there are situations, we talked, I guess, mostly, to Vietnam and China about this, was that there will people have sudden unexpected deaths and the family will just say that that's what it is and nobody is called. So in many of our other countries, those patients would almost always be called. So we're going to, I think, always have to recognize the difference in the culture if we're going to try to ratify outcomes across countries. Because if that basic denominator is so different from a cultural perspective, it's going to affect population for the outcomes percentage of survival. So I love the discussion. So thank you again, everybody who's involved in that group for contributing.
Thanks. Thanks, Jim. And so if I can just add to those comments, in Asia, I think it is changing. It is changing. It comes with the level of development of the system and also the public education. So for example, when I started maybe 30 years ago in Singapore, most cardiac arrests will either come to hospital by their own transport, or like Jim says, you call the doctor to your house to pronounce death or something like that. But today, they will call, right? Because there has been, improvement in the system, and there's education and, public outreach at the same time. So it is changing. And I believe in Vietnam, it is changing. Likewise, I've seen in Thailand, in Japan, Korea, we have seen changes over the last few decades. Okay, last group 10. Do we have a representative from group 10? Okay.
Working? Oh, testing. Okay, good. Group 10 and a half and 11 out in the corner there. We had a lot of recurring themes to what we've already heard. We established up front, first and foremost, you must start with a clear and compelling mission. Moving forward, in our conversation, we identified that sustainability and funding are married. You can't have one without the other. So we identified each common barriers, and then we discussed some solutions. Barrier number one for everybody was we need to get started. Startup funding and just engaging stakeholders up front was the first barrier. We heard some startup examples like Singapore, where starting just with sheets and trying to engage participants to move forward was seemingly easy to do once you initiated the idea that you need to have everybody wants to improve, and everybody wants patient follow-up. So those two ideas you could use to engage stakeholders and move forward. The second biggest barrier that was discussed was personnel buy-in, whether at the EMS and hospital level. How do you maintain that? How do you engage and maintain that? The conversation evolved to show that establishing a clear feedback loop and mechanism for cardiac arrest survival and engaging your teammates by saying, hey, look, we followed this patient, they survived. You're more likely to maintain that participation if you can establish that clear positive feedback loop. The third barrier, of course, is ongoing, sustainability and grant funding, and that was one where we were just all over the place. One thing that I know Brian McNally always says is data is currency. So when you're starting your pilot, you develop an experience, and you use that to tell a story, and ultimately that story is what informs your engagement of more stakeholders moving forward. So you need data as currency to engage more stakeholders to get more data. It's kind of another loop that we really get stuck in. Ultimately though, it really relies on building relationships and defaulting back to
So the last segment, we have 15 minutes left. I'm going to invite my co-chairs up to the stage. So Dr. Levy, Dr. Coopers. And then this is where you are welcome to actually ask the panel any questions. You can, we can tap on some collective wisdom. And if you do have a comment or suggestion also, please, do chip in. Okay. So maybe what I'll start is I'll ask our esteemed panel, any tips or encouragement for those who are just getting started collecting data? What would be your three kind of main take home, kind of encouragement to them? Maybe Doug, you want to start?
Sure. I think you probably have heard a bit of a theme in what was said from the groups. In my mind, whether you're in a system that has a very robust registry or whether you're in a developing area where you don't, there are some similarities, and you need several things. But I would actually be interested in what the audience thinks is the biggest impediment to it. The things that I see that you need are, number one, a champion that is like the person that sees the value and just, gets things going. And if that means that they enter a lot of the data themselves, they get things started. So you need a champion. You need some resource in a registry, unless you develop your own. But if you're in a hospital and you don't have the 911 resources, you could develop your own and just start tracking something. But hopefully you get into a Paros or a CARES or something. And then the third is the resources that everybody always points to, the funding, the higher level things. We want funding because then we can hire more people who can do nothing but enter the data. But most of the time you have somebody out there that can maybe help enter the data as part of another job they're doing or something. So everybody always seems to point to the funding first, but I think it's really, in my mind, more important that you have the champion and then you have some structure and, and hopefully build funding from that. That's at least the way I see the things that make you successful.
So Doug is very eloquent and usually summarizes things quite well, and has done so in this case as well. But I would also just, when we had our session, Dr. Swore actually quoted someone that says much the same, but it's quite eloquent, I think. This is Margaret Mead, US. I wrote it down on the thing here. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. And that's what seemed to resonate through this whole thing, is that it doesn't start with the structure and the infrastructure sort of laid down like some kind of legislative body or something, that this thing evolves organically through someone who has passion for it. And the other thing that was said in our group, and I think resonates as well, is start small. I started with a spreadsheet in our community back in the day, and eventually we found this thing called CARES. I think we were one of the first systems maybe that got in it, not too far downstream. Anyway, we were there a few years back. Yeah. Well, anyway, so we got involved in it, and then which was a great thing to have. The other thing that came out of this, I think, was that the idea of a registry doesn't really make sense until you have something to register. And so we were talking about systems that really needed to actually put the infrastructure in for response, and then we would hopefully work our way into a registry. I think once we start developing systems for response, as we were hearing about with the team here that would respond to the Ironman and things like that, I think if we're at that point, people that I saw in this room, those leaders would also be well advised to consider how they're going to track those data as they go forward, and not anything elaborate. I mean, it's just starting with simple stuff and moving on to the fancy stuff.
There's nothing left to say. They said it, but I was going to start off with what Mike said. Start small. Learn from your neighbors. Dr. Quitt was here, Dr. Dye earlier. Marcus's team has been wonderful helping them, but then they've been helping others. And I think data drives change. If you don't have data, it's hard to really, make decisions. And I think that's what we've seen. The example that I don't know if you picked up on the slide that he showed from Hanoi, there was one AED used in the ambulance search, right? There's AEDs there. It's not that they were missing AEDs. They weren't being used. So the data told that story. And now they're going back and doing training. So the idea that the information, if you have no information, I've used the analogy before. It's like getting on a plane and the pilot is blindfolded. Would you want to have that pilot fly your plane? Because they don't know where they are and they don't know where they're going. And it's just like data. If you don't have data, you don't know where you are, and it's really hard to know where you're going. But start small and learn from and interact with your colleagues. You don't have to do this alone, but you really do need somebody that says, I want to start in my community. And, you've got Paris as an example, that you can get started with. But, don't feel overwhelmed. The data in Hanoi, they started small and it's growing. The data in Ho Chi Minh, same thing. They started small and it's growing. There's no reason it obviously couldn't happen here or in other cities. And this is really the part of the theme of this meeting is how to help. And I think the answer is learn from your neighbors and start small and don't do it alone.
Great. Nice comments from all three. Can I open the floor? If you have a question or you have a comment, just put up your hand. I'll bring the mic to you. So anyone? I know Asians, we are very shy, but we have Americans, Australians, Europeans, they're not so shy usually. Yes, thank you.
So good advice about starting small and using the data, but what are some suggestions for addressing the cultural issues? How would you go about that and at the same time as you try to collect data?
How do you address the cultural issue? Very good question. Yeah.
Again, I think it comes back to champions, right? You've got some that started, the example again in Vietnam where they're actually collecting data. What motivated them? Why did they want to change? And I think the answer was they wanted to improve care. And the idea that they're using the data to change training, they're not just collecting data, they're not just writing papers.
Well, the public, the community.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pieces to talk about. That actually is driven by data as well. When no one's doing bystander CPR and you have that information, that tells a story. And I think again, it's not converting people to go out and train, but you've got the information to show you're missing that really important link. Anecdotally, this is known. Ambulance crew goes there and says, no one's doing CPR. No one's doing CPR is different than 1% doing bystander CPR, and trying to take that information back to those policyholders or others that can change. It doesn't happen overnight, but I think, the issue with the public, it's a weak missing link in a lot of communities.
So, Lynn, I think I understood your question, but I would just put a different sort of spin on it as well. And I'm actually looking at my colleague Dr. Chan, we had similar experience on Navajo reservation in America, where there's a big aversion to even touching people who are dead and or seemingly dead. And so there's a cultural rift that starts off there in terms of how you even get to step one. If you don't have any way to track that, any way to encourage people that there can be a different outcome from apparent death than death, and you have this ethos, this culture, then it's very difficult to even get to square one beyond that. And the second part of that, going back to what I think was the intention of your question, is that we can't enforce our values on someone else. So we need to inspire and lead, and then from that, have that translational piece that a champion within that group can then bring forward that makes more sense in that context.
Yeah, similarly, I think, it's always tricky when you talk about the culture because the culture in the United States, in my mind, is quite warped related to CPR also. There are places where the feeling is that nobody dies without getting CPR. And people can have a feudal illness, very end stage disease, very elderly, all put together. And there are still, in many places in the United States, those people get CPR. And so I would argue that, the culture in every country is not perfect. In some places, it's like everybody gets CPR as a final death ritual. And in other places, it's we're afraid to touch them or intervene and we don't give anybody CPR. I think what we have to all do is work to the happy medium of getting the people that are survivable CPR. Because what an awful thing if somebody that is middle-aged collapses from a treatable thing like a simple shock from an AED would reverse their issue and they could go on living. That's a travesty. I think it's just as much a travesty as in the US where, we have many people that get lots of CPR and then put in an ambulance and hauled off to a hospital to get more when they're futile. So our culture isn't, everybody has their own culture and we should all look at our own cultures too.
Yeah, if I can use a kind of Asian perspective on Lynn's question, right? So, strange statement coming from me, but let me say this and let me qualify. In Asia, I don't think data changes culture. I think stories change culture. So we need to learn to translate that dry report that has lots of numbers, statistics and facts and all that into stories that people can relate to and can change the mindset that nothing can be done. It's karma, it's fate, you're meant to die and nothing can be done. Because it is the stories I found in my experience in Singapore. When we started collecting stories, when we started interviewing survivors, when we started using the mainstream media, social media, I actually worked with our television station to put it into a kind of soap opera drama and all that. Then we started to see the light bulb going, in people's minds and say that actually you can survive a cardiac arrest. And CPR can save lives. And defibrillators are important, right? Not because they read your annual report or they read the Ministry of Health statistics, but because they saw that story in the newspaper or they heard about, this from the Facebook or from the social media or, and then they can relate to that story. Yeah, so I think it is a bit of a lost art that, doctors, nurses, paramedics, EMTs, we have to learn to tell stories, to communicate, and actually to make it relatable and human. And in fact, politicians don't make decisions based on data. I don't know about you, but in many countries, what I've seen, they make decisions based on their feelings, on people's public reactions, on, the social kind of reactions, right? And you can see that as something negative, but you can also see that as something positive, that if we use that in our favor and use that to support the things that we're trying to do, that it can change the culture. Yes, you had a question or comment? Or, yeah, let me.
I was just going to say CARES does this in a way where we present an annual report with the numbers, but we also present an annual report collecting stories from survivors and stories from EMS agencies on their wins. And it is a collective effort throughout the country, and everyone enjoys it so much. And it's that little beacon of hope to really pull us all together. So if you're ever interested, it's on the MyCares website if you want to look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find this discussion about culture is really very interesting. And I think maybe to tie it together, the comments were so germane that champions really can make a difference. And I think if you can identify particular cultures within cultures, then it really helps to try to develop a champion within that culture who can explain the things to their culture. And in British Columbia, we have a couple of examples of that. One is there's a very large South Asian community, and the standard way, if lady's husband dies at the dinner table, she doesn't call 911. She calls her uncle to ask him what she should do, right? And but there's also a group in there of young, very interesting university students. They call themselves hearts of something within the community. They're South Asian, and they're really bent on trying to change that culture within their community. So they're really committed, and they become champions in that community. And the other is in our remote Indigenous communities, who really don't really kind of understand the concept, and there's not an ambulance coming even in those situations, but we have first responders in those communities, and so we a research project that I'm involved with, we actually made a 16-minute CPR training video, and it was all in the environment of those remote communities and how beautiful they were, the challenges they had. It was elders speaking, and then there was a minute of how to do CPR, a minute how to use an AED by medical students who were Indigenous, and then it was a little scenario that was enacted by people from the Indigenous communities about what a response would look like in their community, and it's just sort of gone viral within that setting. So I hope those are sort of lessons that you can take, because I think you have to do all of these things. But if you can find champions or ways to actually make it look like they belong and they are part of what this whole thing is, instead of something different, then it might help.
Marcus, to say one more thing
Please.
about the stories. I think that Heart Rescue was a program that started with 5 states in the U.S. and did some joint efforts. And one of the most amazing parts of that was the celebration of survivors. And I think a lot of places, no matter how small you are, no matter how big you are, if you can identify those really great cases of survivors because they got CPR, because they got an AED used, and use them, celebrate them in hospital newsletters, EMS newsletters, CARES newsletters, your registry, whatever your registry is, newsletters, and getting those people to go with you to the legislators and policymakers to see an example of somebody that that would be dead if they didn't have the CPR. That's like anytime you attend a meeting of those groups and those people, it's just so amazing.
Great comments. Okay. Yeah. How are we doing with time? Okay. Question.
I'll be brief. Just gonna ask it flat out, since this has been going through my mind. We've heard kind of in the discussions about startup, expansion and sustainability. We're gonna rely heavily on finding champions. My generation is so lazy. It is increasingly hard to find champions, and maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. But have you found a way to funnel champions, or certain ponds to look in where exactly people to engage to start a movement in an area? Using the example of CARES again, we have states that are, we'll call them recalcitrant or maybe resistant to joining. How are we to identify champions? Survivors are helpful to inform that story, but we need people, to really take it and be facilitators, coordinators. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of emails. It's a lot of conversations and repetition. What's that funnel of champions for you? Maybe there's a magic answer.
So, panel, how do you find champions?
Well, I think that's a really good point. And I don't have trouble finding champions, but I have people that are sustained as champions. They're kind of head for the tape. They're across that first line and they're done. And so I think finding those people like we see here that really have this sustained passion for this and can really continue against some odds to make it happen is a challenge. I do not have the answer. I do wonder whether there's an issue with regard to the fact that we have more gray hair and we've done it this way, and perhaps we're not approaching it correctly in terms of media, in terms of this newer culture, how they could do it if we weren't maybe holding them back by expecting them to do it the way we did it. That's it.
So maybe I can just share my experience for Mike's question, which is there's something called pyramid selling. Have you heard the concept pyramid selling? Right. So you start with one person, then they sell the Tupperware to their neighbors, and then the neighbors find their aunts and their cousins, and then after that, and it's actually Ponzi, right? Ponzi scheme, right? It's actually remarkably effective, and let me tell you, that's how we started Paros, right? Because Paros, how did Paros start? Paros started in a Korean bar in Washington DC with this Korean guy called Dr. Shin, who came to approach me and say, "Hey, can I buy you, Korean barbecue?" And then we started talking and realized we were both doing cardiac arrest. We started registries, and then Shin introduced Dr. Tanaka, and then I introduced some of my Thai colleagues, and then we brought in, the people from Taiwan, and they brought their friends, and they brought their friends, and blah, 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 and here we are today. So that's where, and it also started with the first few generation, but moved on to the second generation and third generation. So don't underestimate the power of pyramid selling. I mean, if you get one person enthusiastic and to champion it, groom them, encourage them to encourage others, their juniors, and so like Dr. Sata today, I think he brought quite a few of his colleagues and his juniors, and he's been building them up, and likewise in Dr. Son in Vietnam, and it starts with one person, but it doesn't have to stop with one person. It spreads as a pyramid. So and groom those pyramids and develop them. Yeah, Ngưng.
I just realized that I'm not the younger generation anymore because we do have champions. No, I'd like to challenge everybody not just to use champions, but also consider everybody's Achilles heel. I think there is somewhere you can push or put a needle and it will hurt. In Norway, that is being left out when we present information. If you're not in the map, if you're not in the list, it's very uncomfortable. So we used this as a way to both use champions, but we also found what Norwegians are scared of. So I think using both, not just using the champion part, because you also need it to hurt a little bit. I think that's where we will find change.
Very Viking, huh? Okay, Paul Chan, yes.
So I agree with all the points that have been made about finding champions, finding pressure points, telling stories. And in fact, the Carol Act is a manifestation of storytelling. One of the things that we do need to recognize is that the successful registries to date have been from wealthier countries, and the governments that sustain the funding for the registries have a little bit more freedom to choose what to fund. They have more of options. When we look at countries that are more lower income, whether it's in Africa, Southeast Asia, if I'm the sitting government and official or committee trying to determine funding, there are so many competing priorities. We're talking about infant mortality that's high. We're talking about maternal mortality that's high. We're talking about lack of electricity and potable water in communities in certain districts. And so those challenges make it so much harder to find sustainability in funding from a government source because the calculus is that there are potentially more lives to be saved, even if you can tell the stories, from getting infant mortality lower, from getting diarrhea diseases lower. And so we just need to recognize that while we all believe cardiac arrest is a huge and important public health condition, we can't be blind to the fact that there are so many competing priorities. It's not that governments don't care, that they just don't have the funding. And so then the question is, how do you build sustainability when you're reliant on individuals who may not always be there a decade from now to sustain the champion, even if you can build the pyramid structure, because things change and we don't have the funding in place to sustain it. So I guess I'm just bringing us back to from the first world discussion of cardiac arrest building to how do we make this work when some of the challenges that we don't face in the United States are real.
Yeah, excellent points, Paul. And very nice. So I think this is a nice way to wrap up our discussion. So panel, the question is, especially in a lower resource kind of setting, how do we build in that sustainability and how do you make that argument to policymakers or, community or whoever, your stakeholders?
Yeah, real simply, I mean, your point's well taken, but, start with the basics, focus on BLS. It's a BLS event and focus on, starting small and realizing, again, the story this morning, no one's getting defibrillated in Hanoi based on the data. They're trying to change that. So that to me, that's a story that they can now tell. Data's telling the story. There are more stories that will follow.
I'd say same sort of thread. Start small, think big, and find the story. I think one of the lines that came from our Politics in My State by a woman that could see Russia from Wasilla, Alaska, was that her opponent knew the issues, but she knew how people felt about the issues. And I think that's an important point: is to find that story, make it the Carol Act of your adventure, and take it from there.
So with everything, I think you should always be doing something that has broader value than a tiny focus. So I would, the simple, or not simple, but my more direct answer to that would be that, something like developing a really simple EMS database, and they don't have to be as complicated as they are now, but something that records some important information about every EMS call that applies to the infant mortality cases as much as adult cardiac arrest, as much as the various other disease entities in lower income countries. If you do that, then you can use that data set to look at cardiac arrest, but you can use it to look at all the other things that the group might think are higher priority. But at least you still have some information to tell the tale of what's going on in your country, because I think in a lot of places, if you don't look and don't collect anything from any ambulance calls, then you really are you're the blind pilot flying the plane without knowing where you're going.
Thanks. So thanks, Paul, for that question. And I'll wrap up this today's this short session with my own experience. So if you asked me 20 years ago, I would have said I'm a cardiac arrest researcher. Today, I don't see myself or don't claim to be a cardiac arrest researcher anymore. I am a health services and systems researcher because it takes a system to save a life, right? And what we are trying to do is to build emergency systems of care. And that applies whether you're having a perinatal mortality, you're having obstetric emergency in India, in Pakistan, or you're having road traffic accident in Thailand or in Cambodia, right? The key thing that is actually causing an excess burden of mortality in most of these countries and the setting is because they lack a basic emergency care system. And when you build that emergency care system, you need a kind of prototype, right? A kind of case, kind of use case, right? That you want to build that system. And cardiac arrest is a very nice starting point, right? The other one is trauma, right? And how do you build systems of care? How do you link community to dispatch, to ambulance, to emergency department, to ICU, to, you know, rehabilitation, and then back to the community? That's the chain of survival there, right? And that applies for stroke, that applies for sepsis, that applies for neonatal resuscitation, that applies for all, you know, I would say 70-80% of the mortality and morbidity that we see today in low and middle income countries, right? So when we make this argument, and we have successfully made this argument to WHO, you know, and that's why, for example, we are going next month to Geneva for the Acute Care Action Network and, you know, Global Resuscitation Alliance, right? That is not just about improving cardiac arrest survival, but it's about building systems that save lives, building systems of care, right? And every country needs this. And that's where we need to put our efforts to work together to build it. So with that, can you please join me and thank our panel for today, and hope you had a good discussion. Thank you very much, guys.
So I'll turn it back to Dr. Cui Lee. Okay, I'm being overruled. No. So if people need to use, we're gonna probably just go into the next session to try to end closer on time. I think people are okay with that. If you need to step outside, please do. But gonna introduce Dr. Andre Joyner, who's gonna come up and talk about PECSET, and let her provide a little more detail.
Khái niệm về PECSET là một khái niệm rất là hay, và mong là cái bài trình bày này sẽ cho các bạn rõ hơn. Công cụ đánh giá hệ thống chăm sóc cấp cứu ngoại viện PECSET.
Right. Hi there. My name is Anjani Joyner. I am an emergency medicine physician at Duke University in Durham, North Carolina, the USA. My partner, Dr. Gaia, was unfortunately not able to make the meeting. But I want to take this opportunity to thank 199 for hosting us and for the opportunity to present some of the work that we're doing with the PECSET. So just a couple of disclosures. So this work that we've been doing over the last now 4 years is funded by the Laerdal Foundation, and then portions were also supported by Sing Health and the Temasek Foundation in Singapore. As you can see, we have a very large team that spans across Southeast Asia as well as the US, and none of this work would be doable without the collaboration between Duke University and Duke NUS in Singapore. So we're really grateful for that collaboration, as well as grateful for our country leads and our partners in this project. So to start out with, I just wanted to review some, I think I skipped the slide. Nope, maybe not. Okay. I wanted to look at some of the burden of emergency conditions. So when you look at the top 15 causes of death on a global perspective, as well as the top 15 causes of disability-adjusted life years, you can see that all of these fall under category 1 or category 2, so emergency conditions. And so out-of-hospital cardiac arrest clearly would fall in as one of these top 15 causes of death. But as Prof. Marcus was alluding to earlier, there are a lot of emergency conditions that can affect mortality worldwide. And I wanted to just have everyone broaden their perspective a little bit and think outside of out-of-hospital cardiac arrest for just a minute. So you can also see here that although Africa clearly shares the burden of emergency conditions and contributions to disability adjusted life years. Southeast Asia is actually not that far behind. So second in this group of regions. And most of these emergency conditions are from non-communicable diseases, but there's also a significant impact from communicable diseases as well as trauma. So this framework should probably be familiar to most in this room. This is the emergency care system framework from the WHO. And this spans across the 3 primary areas of emergency care. So we start with care that's provided on scene, and then care that's provided within transport, and then care that is provided in the hospital or facility setting. So as you can see, there's a large proportion of care that is in the out-of-hospital or pre-hospital setting, and that's where our focus is. So thinking beyond out-of-hospital cardiac arrest, again, we can see that there are several conditions that are impacted by there are several conditions, emergency conditions, that can be viewed through the chain of survival framework. So looking at cardiac arrest, perinatal emergencies, trauma, communicable diseases, stroke, and as well as cardiovascular diseases. And kind of thinking about the pre-hospital portions of the the chain of survival framework, there is a lot of opportunity to address these disease processes. So with this in mind, we looked at this additional framework from the GRA. So looking at the chain of survival, you'll see that there are many internal factors within an agency, as well as external factors that can contribute to the chain of survival. So our goal was to adapt this framework to look outside of out-of-hospital cardiac arrest and consider other emergency conditions that low and middle income countries or low resource settings are impacted by. So with this in mind, we developed the Pre-Hospital Emergency Care System Evaluation Tool, or PECSET. And the purpose of this tool was to create a toolkit that would allow developing pre-hospital systems or pre-hospital systems that are from low resource settings to measure their performance, identify key areas of improvement, and to monitor their progress over time. Our goal was to align this with the 10 steps GRA resuscitation, GRA 10 steps for survival, but again, expanding it beyond cardiac arrest. So our overall objectives from this project were to improve morbidity and mortality from emergency conditions by improving emergency care, pre-hospital emergency care. And then again, our focus was on low resource settings or developing pre-hospital systems in Southeast Asia and Asia. And we wanted to do this through introducing quality and performance measures. So a little bit of background on the development of PECSET. So as I said, this has been almost 4 years that we've been working on this project, and we've made a lot of progress. And so this is kind of a little bit of a background as to how we've developed the toolkit. So we started by aligning the PECSET and integrating it with existing international priorities. So again, the GRA was one of the key priority lists that we looked at when developing this. But we also looked at the Acute Care Action Network, as mentioned by Marcus, and priorities from the World Health Organization primarily focused on strengthening emergency care systems. So our prior work, how we developed the tool, we started with, this is a multi-step process. We started with a survey of stakeholders, emergency care system leaders across Southeast Asia, field providers, nurses, people who were involved with EMS systems across all of Asia, not just Southeast Asia. So this survey was over 100 people. We had focus group discussions with representatives from 5 different countries across Southeast Asia. And then we also performed a scoping review, looking at other quality indicators that had already been published and existing in the literature. So through this, we did a thematic analysis, and we came up with a total of 27 elements. And elements are going to be defined as these basic building blocks of an EMS system. So we came up with 27 elements, and then we entered into a Delphi process. So we conducted a consensus process in Singapore. Our initial round was an e-voting round in which participants were allowed to suggest additional elements. And from this process, we actually had 5 additional elements suggested by participants. And we basically went through 3 more rounds in person in which people were able to prioritize elements. And elements were prioritized by how feasible they were, as well as how important they were to those who were answering the questions. And then the last 2 rounds were yes or no for inclusion in the final toolkit. And so again, these are the elements, the basic building blocks of an EMS system. So our final elements were 32. So these are the core elements. So those elements that had a greater than 85% agreement that they should be included in the toolkit, those were deemed to be our core elements. And so I'm not going to read through all of these because that's rather lengthy. But as you can see, there's probably some that you might not consider, at least from a Western perspective or from a highly developed EMS system, as something that would be a basic building block. And we did talk a lot about this with our stakeholders and our partners in Southeast Asia. And I'll get to that in a little bit. So some, for example, dispatch assisted instructions, medical direction, or control and access to protocols, and then availability of an access number to emergency for emergency conditions. And that one was quite a point of contention. And then our remaining elements were categorized into those for intermediate systems and then those for advanced systems. And so any elements that had a 75 to 85% agreement were intermediate, and then less than 75% were advanced for advanced systems. And this was actually as per our stakeholder group. So this is 32 individuals from across Southeast Asia that participated in the Delphi process. And they actually wanted to keep every single one of the elements. And so it was their suggestion. Yeah, Jan is nodding his head yes, because he was there as well. So it was actually their suggestion to keep all 32 elements. And then we decided to simplify it by categorizing them into basic, intermediate, and advanced. And you'll see here air transport infrastructure. This was an interesting one because you would not necessarily think of air transport as a basic need or an element for a burgeoning EMS system. But when you think about the location, so a lot of the countries that we were working with, like Indonesia, Philippines, or multiple islands, there's actually no better way to transport people other than through air. And so this was seen as a really important element by our country leads. So our next step after identifying these elements, the core, intermediate, and advanced elements, is to identify the indicators. So this is just an example of 3 elements and some of the subsequent indicators. The indicators are more of the actual measures. So how are we determining that that element is met? And we try to simplify these and keeping them as yes or no answers just for ease of completion of the tool. So for example, essential patient care record documentation, medical record management, we have 2 indicators. So is there are there standardized pre-hospital documents? Yes or no? And then is there monitoring for completion of essential information or data fields in the EMS documents? Yes or no? These indicators are in the final processes of being completed, and they went through multiple rounds with 5 country leads from Southeast Asia who kind of drove the boat in determining what they thought was important and what they wanted to include as indicators. So the basic toolkit, which is just the elements, has been rolled out in multiple countries, as I think we saw in an earlier presentation. So this is just kind of letting these different settings know that this toolkit exists, giving a very similar talk to what we've given here and describing how this was developed. And so we're looking forward to the next steps with this. During this rollout, we also had participants complete a survey as to how useful they thought that this tool would be and how likely they were to use it. And so we found that the majority of participants were extremely likely to use the elements from the basic toolkit, and most were extremely likely to share the toolkit with other medical directors. Most also felt confident that they would be able to apply the toolkit to their specific area of work, and also felt confident that the tool could improve outcomes and care in their setting and in their community. And then when asked if how many planned to use the toolkit as a part of their work, almost all participants agreed that they would plan on using the tool in the future. So this is really promising. What's interesting here is we asked systems to rank their top elements that they wanted to focus on in the next year. And there was a lot of agreement around layperson public awareness and education programs. And as I've been sitting here in the last several hours, I've seen that come up multiple times. And I think it makes a lot of sense because one of the other things that have come out of this project is the need to not only create awareness among laypersons, but also among government entities to show the importance of EMS and why these systems are needed. And one of the recurring themes that we've seen is the ability to benchmark performance among other systems that are comparable, because that's how you get a policyholder's attention, by showing that you're performing better or worse than your neighboring system. So the next step in this is developing a web-based application. And so we were really fortunate to get assistance from developers at Sing Health and interns who were able to create a web-based application from scratch, essentially. And we're going to have an opportunity to test out this application tomorrow and hopefully get some feedback from this group as to its applicability and usability. And so this is just a screenshot of what some of these web-based or what the web-based application looks like. It will allow users an opportunity to enter in their own performance. So how many of these elements are you meeting? So not implemented, partially implemented, or fully implemented. And then what's also, I think, really important is for users to be able to identify and map out how important these elements are to them individually. So that's why we've included this matrix here, looking at the feasibility and importance. Because as you can imagine, many of these elements may be really important, but just not feasible within a particular system. And so this is a visual representation to allow users to decide what elements they want to focus on next by determining how important and how feasible they are to that system. And so once this toolkit is completed, it will spit out basically a scorecard that will allow systems to look at their progress and then eventually monitor progress over time. Currently, the web-based application is only for the basic elements. It does not include the indicators since those are not fully finalized yet, but the next steps for the web-based application will be to add those indicators. So this moves on to the next step in our project, which is a pilot study. So we did receive a second round of funding from the Laerdal Foundation to allow us to be able to actually pilot the use of this tool. And we'll be piloting the tool in 2 EMS systems in Bangkok, Thailand, with Dr. Sata and Dr. Jirapong. And this will probably be in February of next year. So looking at our overall objectives to improve mortality and morbidity from emergency care conditions, our next steps are to pilot the tool in Southeast Asia, as well as to pilot the web-based data application so that people have a way of entering in the data and how usable and how feasible it is to actually use that tool. So in looking at the overall map of this project and how we got to this point, we started off with some key preliminary evidence, looking at existing sources to determine what the need of this project was and how to plan our approach. We've kind of mentioned some of the progress towards this goal, and we've created some outputs looking at the Delphi process as well well as some qualitative work in analyzing the usefulness of this tool and some potential barriers and facilitators. And our current proposed aims for this project, which we'll go over in just a little bit. And then our future directions, which will include wider dissemination of the evaluation results of our pilot study, and then dissemination of tools and resources in order for this tool to actually be functional. So for this upcoming project, we have 3 aims, starting with a qualitative study looking at barriers and facilitators from key stakeholders. Aim 2, we're going to be testing our mobile application within those 2 EMS settings in Bangkok. And then aim 3, we're going to be applying the re-aim framework to evaluate the implementation of the tool in those settings. So looking a little bit more closely at aim 2, this is part of this study is looking at clinical outcomes. And so these clinical outcomes are going to be tied to Paros variables. So this is part of the effectiveness. And so these are the specific Paros variables that we'll be looking at. So these 2 systems are entering data into the Paros registry. And we decided to tie these variables to existing PEC set elements. And so the PEC set elements, bystander focused variables, EMS process, PEC awareness, utilization, and registry use, will be linked to the following Paros variables. And then we'll also be conducting parallel processes, which includes engagement of a local research team in Thailand, research capacity building with involving learners, and mentorship as well. And I think that's it. Any questions? Oh, yes.
I think that's great work. Congratulations. My question is, have you thought? Sorry, next one. So I was saying, congratulations. I think that's great work. My one question was, have you thought at all about whether there's a tool to translate the output to policymakers, not just the key stakeholders and champions?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that would probably be the next step. So we're still kind of trying to figure out how can we get the tool to work within a specific setting? How can we merge all of the data elements and ensure that we are getting a completion of the tool? And I think once we have that, then we're going to be looking at benchmarking, which would potentially apply to policymakers.
So Tom, maybe I can add in. So that is where WHO and we think some of the kind of network, ACAN and GRA network will come in, where at the end of this, you can imagine a toolkit where you can produce you can do your own evaluation for your EMS system, your city, your state, your province, your country. You generate a report. It will show you where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are, where your gaps are, and it will recommend certain kind of follow-up actions, right? You need to have a centralized 911 number. You need to have adequate staffing of your ambulances or whatever it is, right? And then that becomes a policy recommendation, which hopefully has endorsement from WHO, has endorsement from, ACAN or some of the other groups, and then you can go to your Ministry of Health or your politicians and whatever and say, this is where we are, this is how we compare to other countries, and this is what we need to do to get on par, right? And so that's how I see it working out. Second.
So, I mean, congratulations. I mean, I think this is a great work. I love the integration, sort of expansion of the out-of-hospital cardiac arrest framework to other time-sensitive conditions like heart attack and trauma and, other conditions that you listed. I was just curious to how, like some of the examples that you showed towards the end still focus on primarily on cardiac arrest-based metrics. I'd love to hear maybe what you're thinking about as you sort of broaden this into those conditions as well, because I think, as Marcus also mentioned earlier, is going to be a great to sort of building that system that ultimately really addresses a huge cause of mortality and morbidity in developing countries. So
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think right now we limited ourselves to out-of-hospital cardiac risk because that's the data that we have. There are other registries like the PATOS and the perinatal registry as well for Asia that we can potentially use, but those are just not as universal as the Paris registry at this time. And so if we wanted to measure clinical effectiveness of this, really Paris is the only data that we have currently. But ultimately, if we're still looking at that in other conditions, we could potentially reach out to other registry data once those registries are built up a little bit more. Trauma and stroke.
Ví dụ chúng ta có thể nhìn tới cái việc đa chấn thương hoặc là đột quỵ, bệnh lý đột quỵ và đa chấn thương ngoài cái ngừng tim.
Well, I'm not keeping you from leaving, so I'm going to be quick. Tomorrow, if it's raining, try to come at the same time. If it's not raining, just try to get here before 8 o'clock because, you know, it just takes a little bit longer to get transportation. I think people learned that this morning. For international speakers and the leadership from 199, the dinner tonight, it's at 6 o'clock. If you have any questions, just message me or let me know. I think everybody knows. Any questions from the group? Any concerns? Any final? Okay, so I think we're done for the day. We're looking forward to seeing everyone tomorrow, and maybe it'll be a little drier. If it's not, we're still going to be inside. So, can we rent a boat? Yes, you can rent a boat, but probably not. It's probably not going to work on the street tomorrow. Maybe more on the beach, but we'll adjourn and look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow. Thanks so much.
You tried it on, you were there, right? Yeah. They did about we can discuss how many people you need, but also think you now. Let me know.